Chapter 448. In front of the flying martial city, there was a field. This was the place Chunzong had chosen to meet the Black Demon Sex army. On top of the boulder, Chunzong was standing alone. The strong wind was blowing, and his robe was fluttering, as if he was riding the wind to fly. His figure was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle, making the martial artists of the true martial sect feel calm in their hearts. Looking up, his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the void, as if he could see the Black Demon Sex troops. A large group of people was rushing towards them at high speed. Some of the Black Demon Sect higher-ups had the ability to control demon beasts. Among this army, half of them were demon martial artists, and the other half were demon beasts. The field shook as if a magnificent army was rushing towards them. Their momentum was vigorous and ferocious, like the roar of a gale, and immediately brought heavy pressure to the true martial sect side. How can there be so many? A true martial realm martial artist was dumbfounded. On his side, there were more than 1,000 true martial realm and energy refining realm martial artists, but the black mass in the distance was more than 1,000 people. In the same realm, the Black Demon Sect's martial artists were often more powerful. With the help of demon beasts, they had a complete advantage. Now, they even had the advantage in numbers. How could they fight? Chunzong's eyesight was outstanding, and he could see the Black Demon Sect side more clearly. His heart sank slightly. There were more than 1,000 demon beasts and demon martial artists. In terms of numbers, there were at least twice as many as the true martial sect side. Moreover, those demon beasts were ferocious and brutal. It was unknown how many casualties they would bring to the true martial sect side. This time, Chunzong had come alone. The Chun family's senior elder, Taoist Master Huan Yun, and guest Elder Meng Xinping had also come. In addition, Chun Chuyun had also come. This period of time was the fastest period of time that Chun Chuyun had cultivated since he was born. With the chaotic heaven origin breaking force, a peerless earth-level cultivation technique, and Chunzong's guidance, as well as a large number of true martial realm demonic beasts as food, his internal energy was refined very quickly. Now, his cultivation had already reached the 9th cycle of the training realm. Cultivating the Peerless Earth Tier Origin Chaotic Heaven Breaking Force and the Peerless Earth Tier Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword. Wielding a Level 1 Pseudo-Spiritual Sword and a Level 1 Dragon Force Bracelet, and wearing a Level 1 Pseudo-Spiritual Armor, it was enough to sweep through all the Eastern Continent's Force Refinement realm martial artists. Chun Chuyun clenched the sword in his hand, and a murderous aura spread out. His face was cold and solemn, and murderous intent filled the depths of his eyes. As soon as the Black Demon Sect's army appeared, they didn't stop for even half a moment. Carrying a torrential momentum, they rushed towards the true martial sect. More than 1,000 demon beasts were at the front. They took the initiative to launch an attack, consuming the true martial sect's strength. Behind them, more than 1,000 demon martial artists were able to annihilate the true martial sect's martial artists, who had suffered casualties due to the battle with the demon beasts. Taking long breaths, Chunzong's eyes sharpened to the extreme as he stared at the army of monster beasts running towards him. He took out the piercing cloud bow. Bundles after bundles of precious iron arrows were placed beside their feet. His hands were like illusions as he knocked 10 arrows onto the piercing cloud bow. He drew the bow to a full moon and released his fingers. The 10 arrows shot out like meteors. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong took out another 10 arrows and shot them out. 10 waves of arrows shot out. A total of 100 arrows pierced through the air. In a flash, they crossed 500 meters. Under the influence of his true power, they carried an extremely tyrannical might as they continued forward, breaking through all obstacles. Every arrow released layers upon layers of shockwaves. It was a ghastly sight. Chunzong's arrows could even kill a martial artist in the 9th level of the true martial realm, let alone level 6 or 7 demon beasts. Although the Black Demon Sect had the ability to control demon beasts, they could only control demon beasts that were much weaker than them. For example, a martial artist in the late stage of the true martial realm could only control level 6 demon beasts. If they were more powerful, they could only control level 7 demon beasts. They simply couldn't control level 8 demon beasts. The speed of the 100 arrows was extremely fast. They flew past like lightning and immediately shot into the bodies of the 100 demon beasts. Some of the arrows even carried a terrifying power as they pierced through the bodies of the weaker demon beasts and shot into the following demon beasts. In just this wave, Chunzong had injured more than 120 demon beasts. This immediately boosted the morale of the true martial sect side. However, this was only the beginning. After a short rest, Chunzong once again drew his bow. The second wave of 100 arrows pierced through the air and shot out. The demon beast army ran extremely fast. They could cross 1,000 meters in just a short time. Even if Chunzong's speed was even faster, he could only shoot 2 waves of arrows and kill nearly 300 demon beasts. Like Chunzong, many martial artists also drew their bows and shot arrows. However, their archery skills and bows couldn't be compared with Chunzong's. The total number of demon beasts they killed was only a little more than 100. Kill. The piercing cloud bow was put away into the void ring, and the 2 swords were unsheathed. Silver sword light soared into the sky, sword energy surging, and battle intent soaring to the heavens. With a single order, Chunzong took the lead, turning into a beam of light that shot out. Kill. The true martial sect martial artists behind him roared one after another. Their killing intent soared to the sky. With a wave of both swords, 2 silver sword chi pierced through the air. Each sword chi was 20 to 30 meters long, tearing the earth and splitting the sky. As Chunzong waved both swords, one after another, silver sword chi pierced through the air like a storm of sword chi. Wherever it passed, everything was crushed into powder. No matter how tyrannical the demon beast bodies were, there was still a limit. They simply couldn't resist Chunzong's sword chi storm. Under the sword chi storm, their bodies were cut open and blood rained down. Like a meat grinder on the battlefield, wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. The demon beasts died one after another. Just Chunzong alone, including the previous 2 waves of arrows, had beheaded more than 400 demon beasts, weakening the strength of the 1,000-strong demon beast army by a small half. The other martial artist wave of arrows also killed more than 100 demon beasts, annihilating more than half of the demon beast army. This was an unexpected scene, which made the eyes of the Black Demon Sect martial artists turn red. They generally knew that Chunzong had good archery skills, but they didn't expect him to be so good. Fortunately, they weren't the vanguard. Otherwise, hundreds of people would have been killed by Chunzong, which would have been a heavy loss. Damn Chunzong! Wu Mo's eyes were cold, and his face was full of hatred. He wanted to turn into the fire of 9 underworlds and burn Chunzong to ashes. This scene reminded him of the previous time when he brought people here. In the end, they were shot one by Chunzong. In the end, even he was captured alive. One of his arms was cut off and taken as a hostage. He would never forget that kind of humiliation even if he lived for 10,000 years. Chunzong didn't know what Wu Mo was thinking. With both swords in his hands, he started killing without any scruples. He was so excited that he let out a long howl. The howl soared into the sky and shook the earth. Kill, kill, kill to your heart's content. The extremely pure, true power of the horizontal and horizontal sword surged in his body. He performed the 28th style of the horizontal and horizontal sword art to his heart's content. Every sword turned into a silver sword light, which was more dazzling than the sun, faster than a meteor, and fiercer than lightning. 5th level demonic beast, kill with 1 sword. 6th level demonic beast, kill with 1 sword. 7th level demonic beast, kill with 1 sword. If there were no 8th level demonic beasts, he would also kill with 1 sword. An invincible sword, an invincible sword, an invincible sword, an unparalleled sword. Up and down, left and right, unparalleled in all directions. Only I am the strongest. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that he seemed to have touched on a deeper level of the horizontal and horizontal sword art. A mysterious feeling emerged from the depths of his soul, and spread throughout his body like an electric current. A unique spiritual will quickly condensed, as if it was about to undergo some kind of inexplicable change. And this change made Chunzong's mind more compatible with the horizontal and horizontal sword art, making the power of the horizontal and horizontal sword art more powerful. Chunzong estimated that under this inexplicable enlightenment, the power of his horizontal and horizontal sword art increased by at least 10%. 10%, although it didn't seem much, it was actually very obvious. The more powerful the martial artist, the more obvious and tyrannical the 10% increase was. Chunzong's two swords danced in the air. It was as if he had transformed into a silver sun, releasing intense light and heat. Every beam of silver light was a sword light that pierced through the air. Every beam of sword light pierced through several demonic beasts. The terrifying sword chi had already minced the insides of those demonic beasts, killing them instantly. 1 man against 1,000. The martial artists of the true martial sect followed closely behind Chunzong. With Chunzong as the leader, they were like an awl that fiercely pierced into the army of demonic beasts and started a massacre, layer by layer. However, the demonic beasts were also very fierce. Even if they were beheaded, they still rushed over without fear of death. They couldn't cause the slightest pressure to Chunzong, but they still killed some of the true martial sect's martial artists. In the crowd, Chen Qiyun's long sword was sharp and deadly. While killing the demonic beasts, she also paid attention to protecting herself. Chen Qiyun originally had a good talent for swordsmanship, and the foundation of her swordsmanship was very solid. After several years of continuous fighting and killing, she seemed to have formed a style of her own. With Chunzong's guidance and inspiration, she went one step further and comprehended the first stage of unity of body and sword. She advanced by leaps and bounds and became even sharper. Every sword carried an astonishing killing intent. Ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation level simply couldn't block a single sword. After a series of massacres, the army of Black Demon Sect's martial artists also arrived behind the army of demonic beasts. Killed Chunzong first. A group of Black Demon Sect's late-stage, true martial realm martial artists attacked one after another. Countless black lights surged and black smoke filled the air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they bombarded Chunzong. They could all see that Chunzong was the strongest one on the true martial sect side. He was also the one with the most astonishing lethality. If Chunzong didn't die, the Black Demon Sect side would suffer heavy losses. Even if they won in the end, most of the Black Demon Sect's experts would die. Therefore, Chunzong had to die. The Black Demon Sect's sect leader's whole body was covered in a black robe. He stood among the Black Demon Sect's martial artists and didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on Chunzong. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret for the death of the demonic beast army. He only felt excitement because he had seen Chunzong's strength with his own eyes. Very, very strong. Even if he personally attacked, he might not be able to defeat Chunzong. Even if he had a divine skill, he didn't have full confidence that he could make Chunzong surrender and become his slave. Let Chunzong experience the battle first and consume his strength. It would be best if he could be injured. That way, he would have a greater chance of making him surrender. Facing a group attack, Chunzong was happy and fearless. His face was as cold and solemn as ice. With 2 swords in his hands, he broke through the air and attacked. His sword chi was overbearing and sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Kill! With a heart full of hot blood and willpower, Chunzong cut through one attack after another and killed his way into the group of Black Demon Sect's late-stage, true martial realm martial artists. This kind of sword chi was incomparably overbearing and sharp. Who could block it? Immediately, the first late-stage, true martial realm martial artist was killed, followed by the second. Chapter 449. The Black Demon Sect's army was divided into 3 groups. Each group consisted of thousands of martial artists and thousands of demon beasts. On the true martial main city's side, the sect master of the true martial sect, Shangwan Jinlong, led a group of true martial sects martial artists to meet the Black Demon Sect's army in a mountainous area. On the ultimate martial main city side, the true martial sect's Great Elder and Second Elder led the true martial sect's martial artists to meet the Black Demon Sect's army. Fortunately, the Black Demon Sect's main force attacked the Royal Martial main city because Chunzong was there. In the eyes of the Black Demon Sect, Chunzong was extremely important. Only by defeating Chunzong could they truly defeat the true martial sect. Therefore, they concentrated their main force to deal with Chunzong. This greatly reduced the pressure on Shangguan Jinlong and the others. Otherwise, they would have already been defeated. Even so, Shangguan Jinlong and the others were still under great pressure. They were in a life-and-death situation and could be killed if they were careless. When the two sides clashed, someone was injured and killed in almost every breath. This battle was related to the survival of the true martial sect and the Black Demon Sect. It was related to who would be in charge of the Eastern continent. It was extremely important. In the wilderness outside the flying martial city, demon beast corpses were everywhere. There were also human corpses mixed in. Blood flowed like a river and spread out. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent. Chunzong stood in place and waved his two swords. In almost every breath, hundreds of sharp silver sword lights broke through the air and tore apart all the attacks and obstacles around him. Under the two swords, nothing could not be broken. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. The surrounding area was filled with broken corpses. The battle between the two armies was extremely fierce. The formation had already been broken, and everyone was fighting for themselves. After all, they were martial artists and not a real army. They could not be as orderly as the other side. Chunzong Yun's sword was sharp and full of killing intent. Her opponent was the Black Demon Sect's Qi Refining Realm martial artist. Chunzong Yun's strength was tyrannical. It could be said that she could sweep away all the Eastern continent's Qi Refining Realm martial artists. Wherever the sword light passed, Black Demon Sect's Qi Refining Realm martial artists were beheaded. Among the thousands of Black Demon Sect martial artists, most of them were in the Qi Refining Realm. The true martial realm martial artists were in the minority. The true martial sect side was the same. Blood splattered everywhere. Chun Chu Yun's outstanding slaughter had already attracted the attention of the Black Demon Sect. An early-stage, true martial realm martial artist of the Black Demon Sect quickly approached Chun Chu Yun and punched out. The ferocious and terrifying Qi energy bombarded Chun Chu Yun. The astonishing pressure was like an invisible mountain falling down. Chun Chu Yun immediately found it difficult to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being restrained and suppressed, making it difficult for him to move. Chun Chu Yun's expression changed. She tried her best to activate the chaotic heaven-breaking energy to break free from the terrible pressure brought by this punch. However, the huge gap between the real martial arts realm and the Qi refining realm made it difficult for her to move. Although Chun Chu Yun's strength was not weak, he was still only at the Qi refining realm. His combat strength, according to the star-level combat strength, was only at the 3-star level. A fist as large as a mountain appeared in front of his eyes, and the shadow of death enveloped him. Anger, unwillingness, and helplessness made Chun Chu Yun unable to resist and could only accept the approach of death. In the blink of an eye, just as the ferocious fist was about to land, a beam of silver sword light pierced through the air. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and shattered the fist. Then, it pierced through the owner of the fist. It was Chunzong's move. While fighting, Chunzong was also paying attention to the movements around him, especially the movements of Chun Chu Yun, Immortal Huan Yun, Meng Xinping, and the other two. Chun Chu Yun was in danger, so naturally, Chunzong would not stand by and let her be killed. Under the two swords, the area within 100 meters seemed to have become a land of death. Everything would be pierced and killed by the two swords. LV7 of the real martial arts realm. Kill. LV8 of the real martial arts realm. Kill. LV9 of the real martial arts realm. Kill. The demon warriors of the Black Demon Sect were indeed more powerful than ordinary warriors, but that was only relatively speaking. Compared with Qinzong, they were nothing. Especially when Qinzong's cultivation reached the peak of LV6 of the real martial arts realm, his strength became even more tyrannical. Naturally, the Black Demon sect also had top-notch elders like Hong He, but there weren't many of them. They had split their forces into 3 groups, and each of the other 2 groups had at least one of them. Currently, there was only one top-notch elder on this side, and he was the strongest person under the Black Demon sect leader. Demon transformation. This top elder was hovering in the air like a blood-red eagle. His sharp claws were waiting for an opportunity to strike. His eyes were extremely sharp, shooting out rays of light. He stared at Qinzong as if he had locked onto his prey, looking for an opportunity to strike. He had already been instructed by the Black Demon sect leader to look for an opportunity to injure Qinzong at all costs. In addition, he did not care how many casualties there were on the Black Demon sect side. At the end of the day, the Black Demon sect had launched an all-out attack in order to defeat the true martial sect and unify the Eastern continent. However, the Black Demon sect leader's biggest goal in launching the all-out attack was to control Qinzong and use him for his own purposes. Qinzong naturally felt that the Black Demon sect elder was spying on him from the sky. Therefore, he purposely exposed a flaw to let the other party feel that there was an opportunity to strike. As expected, the top-notch clan elder who was hovering in the air immediately flew down. A violent and sharp true power wrapped around his entire body, and his entire person transformed into a huge blood-red eagle, bringing along an astonishing killing intent as he flew down from the sky. His sharp claws created layers of shockwaves as he clawed towards Qinzong. It was as if a mountain would be crushed by his claws. If it were Shangwan Jinlong, he would not be able to block this attack. Even Luo Zhongba would find it difficult to block it. However, Qinzong was neither Shangwan Jinlong nor Luo Zhongba. Not to mention, he had purposely exposed a flaw. He raised both swords, tearing the sky apart, and brazenly attacked the blood-red eagle. Sharp, overbearing, and ferocious, the unparalleled sword was unparalleled. Kill. In an instant, the elder knew that he had been tricked. However, there was no room for regret. He gathered all his strength and erupted without reservation. Even if he died, he would drag Qinzong down with him. Kill. Fearless and disdainful, there was a kind of invincibility in the unseen world. Qinzong, who vaguely understood, had a deeper understanding of the crisscrossing technique and the crisscrossing sword art. The power he could unleash was also getting stronger. This sword was the 28th move of the crisscrossing sword art. Its power surpassed the 28th move and was close to the 29th move. The silver sword radiance shone and soared into the sky. It directly tore and pierced through the blood-red eagle's claws. The true power dissipated. The Black Demon sect elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was killed so easily. Wu Mo saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but tremble. He was even stronger. Qinzong's strength was even stronger than before. Previously, it seemed that he had used a terrifying sword art to kill Elder Hong. However, this time, he did not use that terrifying sword art and killed the Blood Eagle Elder. If he was given more time, he would be invincible in the whole world. Wu Mo hoped that Master could kill him. Otherwise, with this person in the Eastern continent, the Black Demon sect would not be able to dominate. Wu Mo was very regretful now. He was extremely regretful. That year, if he had paid more attention and brought more experts, or even warriors of the real Force realm, he would have been able to kill Qinzong. Today's situation would not have happened. He regretted it so much. However, it had already happened and he had come to this point. No matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. The Black Demon sect leader had been staring at Qinzong. When he saw Qinzong kill the Blood Eagle Elder with only one move, his pupils under the black robe shrank like needles. Strong. Too strong. With this kind of strength, even if he personally attacked, he might not be a match for the opponent. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and did not rashly attack Qinzong. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Qinzong before he could use his divine skill. Soon, the Black Demon sect leader thought to himself. He was always paying attention to Chunzong's movements. After fighting for so long, Chunzong should have consumed a lot of his strength. The Blood Eagle Elder fell, smashing a deep hole in the ground. The other Black Demon Sect warriors were shocked. They did not dare to attack Chunzong again. However, the Black Demon Sect leader had given a death order. They must attack Chunzong and consume Chunzong's strength. Chunzong attracted a lot of firepower from the Black Demon Sect, thus reducing the pressure on the other True Four Sect warriors. It also indirectly reduced the casualties. Although Chunzong was very strong, he was still a human and not a god. His true power and physical strength were constantly being consumed. His recovery speed was very fast, but it could not keep up with the consumption. After all, this kind of battle was very fierce. Moreover, Chunzong was also unable to block all the concentrated attacks. Occasionally, an attack would fall on his body. Although it was blocked, it also increased the consumption of Chunzong's strength. The Black Demon Sect leader had been staring at Chunzong. He was very skillful. He did not stare directly, so as not to attract Chunzong's attention. Instead, he used the corner of his eyes to avoid alerting Chunzong. Looking at his subordinates dying one by one under Chunzong's sword, looking at the strands of blood splashing in the air, the Black Demon Sect leader's heart was very calm. It was as if the people who died had nothing to do with him. They were just a group of insignificant livestock. A fierce blow penetrated Chunzong's defense and hit his back. A terrifying power erupted. Although it was blocked and did not injure Chunzong, Chunzong's body could not help but rush forward. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and he was dripping with sweat. He was very excited, but also very tired. Chunzong did not know how many demon beasts and demon warriors he had beheaded under his sword. The time has come. A hint of joy flashed through the Black Demon Sect leader's eyes. His black robe fluttered without wind, and he waved his arms, leaving behind layers of afterimages. Countless black smoke-like wisps filled the surroundings and turned into black light. They quickly gathered from all directions, and like a spiraling pillar, they poured down and entered the Black Demon Sect leader's head. The black robe on his head was lifted, revealing an old and skinny face that was as dark as a dried orange peel. His eyes were deep and dark, as if they were black holes, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Countless black lights converged, causing the pair of eyes to become increasingly dark and deep. It was as if a vortex was slowly rotating counterclockwise, causing people's souls to tremble. In an instant, Chunzong had an ominous premonition for no reason. A cold current suddenly surged, penetrating through his spine, causing Chunzong's body to involuntarily tremble. 3 Nether Soul Control, with me as the master. The faint voice was like a chilly wind blowing from an icy abyss, causing the surrounding temperature to inexplicably drop. Everyone in the battle could not help but shiver. Chapter 450. 2 streaks of black light, bringing with them a heart-palpitating, hair-raising darkness, instantly streaked across the sky. Wherever the streaks of light passed, the sky behind them seemed to be rapidly spreading with darkness, swallowing the sky, swallowing the earth, and swallowing the world. It was too fast, as if a demon god had descended. Chunzong had no way of dodging, as if even time had slowed down and even space had been frozen. The 2 streaks of dark light seemed to be thousands of years old, but in fact they passed through Chunzong's eyes in an instant and shot into his mind. Chunzong's body trembled, then stiffened, as if he had turned into a statue, motionless. Countless streaks of dark light flickered in his eyes, as if a part of the world was surging. The 2 streaks of dark light shot into Chunzong's mind, entered the spiritual space between his eyebrows, and suddenly exploded, turning into a black curtain that quickly spreading out and covering the entire spiritual space. The 3 Serenity's mind control art was said to be a divine technique, But in fact, it was a strange, secret technique that the Black Demon sect leader accidentally found somewhere in the 100 Beast Mountain in his early years. After many years of cultivation, he finally mastered it. Chunzong was one of the people who had used this secret technique. This was a spiritual type secret technique. Once cultivated, one would not be able to cultivate any other spiritual type secret techniques. It was very overbearing. The Black Demon sect leader's spiritual power had turned black, and more than half of it rushed into Chunzong's spiritual space and quickly spread out. Once it covered Chunzong's spiritual space, Chunzong would be controlled by the Three Serenities mind control art and become the Black Demon sect leader's slave. His body couldn't move, but Chunzong's spiritual will was still clear. He could clearly feel that the strange black spiritual power was emitting an endless chill, and it quickly spread out in his spiritual space, quickly occupying half of it. This terrifying black spiritual power was overbearing and cold, and it was several times stronger than normal spiritual power. Even though Chunzong's spiritual power was strong, it was difficult for him to completely resist it in a short period of time. He could only continuously condense his spiritual power to resist it, but he was still defeated by the opponent's spiritual power step by step. The chill was bone-piercing, and Chunzong felt that his soul was about to be frozen. After retreating in defeat, he gathered his mental power and defended his final position. As far as his mind could reach, Chunzong could only see patches of darkness spreading toward him. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses coming from all directions, and he himself was like a wounded soldier. Even so, Chunzong had no intention of admitting defeat. My will is like a sword. My sword moves unhindered. Under the assault of the Black Demon sect master's overbearing and cold mental energy, Chunzong's willpower became increasingly condensed. Vaguely, it seemed as if it was about to emit a misty halo. He would not give up until the very end. Even if it was the end, he would use all his remaining strength to stimulate his hidden strength to fight back. Perhaps he would be able to turn the tables and win. In the outside world, the battle was still going on. It was too intense. They were unaware of Chunzong's changes, but without Chunzong, the pressure on the true martial sect's martial artists suddenly increased. Fortunately, Chunzong had already beheaded many of the Black Demon sect's martial artists. The battle in the spiritual space was even more bizarre and dangerous than a real battle. Although there would be no bloodshed, if Chunzong was defeated, he would become the opponent's slave. His life and death would be in the opponent's control. That kind of life was worse than death. Apart from the Black Demon sect master, no one else knew about Chunzong's current situation. Even if they knew, they would be powerless to intervene. What a strong willpower! The Black Demon sect master was secretly surprised. He had cultivated the Three Spectres mind control technique for many years, so he was deeply aware of its power. Although he had never used it before, he was very clear that an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist would not be able to withstand it for more than 3 breaths of time. But now, Chunzong had withstood it for more than 10 breaths of time. This kind of willpower was many times stronger than an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist. However, the more this was the case, the happier the Black Demon sect master was. The stronger Chunzong's willpower was, the greater the sense of accomplishment in subduing him. In addition, it also meant that Chunzong's potential was even greater. Within Chunzong's spiritual space, endless darkness filled the air and densely surrounded him from all directions. Only at the very center, there was a faint silver halo of light that was still flickering, guarding the last small position. It was like a candle in the wind that was stubbornly burning. The Black Demon sect master himself was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. The Three Spectres mind control technique he cultivated was even more overbearing. In this aspect, Chunzong, whose cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th level of the true martial realm, was still somewhat inferior to the opponent. However, Chunzong also possessed a quality that the opponent did not possess. Tenacity, incomparable tenacity. Gradually, Chunzong could feel the coldness pervading the air. It penetrated his soul and permeated his entire body. His pure yang qi and blood seemed to be frozen because of it. His life force also seemed to be gradually devoured. The situation was irreversible. Under the absolute disparity in strength, Chunzong's resistance was crushed bit by bit. When the last bit of spiritual light was swallowed up by the darkness, Chunzong's eyes completely changed. Not a trace of white could be seen in his eyes. It was as if his pupils had expanded and completely filled his eyes. It was complete darkness, pure darkness, absolute darkness. The instant this pair of eyes appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and quickly spread out, causing everyone to feel a chill. They could not help but tremble. When someone's eyes met Chunzong's, their entire body trembled incessantly. They felt as if their souls were being absorbed. It was absolutely horrifying. "Come here." The Black Demon Sect Master's dark old face, which was like a wrinkled orange peel, revealed a mysterious smile. He suddenly opened his mouth and gave Chunzong an order. The Black Demon Sect Master could clearly feel that he had established a connection with Chunzong. It was a connection with him as the leader. Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, Chunzong immediately strode towards the Black Demon Sect Master. His expression was extremely cold. His body was surrounded by an extremely shocking aura. It was extremely cold. It was completely different from the usual Chunzong. As far as everyone's eyes could see, there seemed to be a layer of darkness pervading Chunzong's body. It rapidly spread from the soles of his feet to his head. It was as if his entire body had turned into a dark demon god. Step by step, the darkness invaded. When it covered Chunzong's head and was about to spread to the top of his head, a sudden change occurred. Chunzong's raised foot stopped in midair. Within his spiritual space, a speck of silver light suddenly lit up. It was incomparably sharp. It was the light emitted by the mysterious sword tip. The mysterious sword tip, which had been silent for a long time, once again released its own power. The silver light spread out and repelled the surrounding darkness in an extremely domineering manner. One after another, silver dragons could be seen dancing in the air. Vaguely, there seemed to be a roar that could shatter the heavens and earth, and it tore the surrounding darkness apart. The domineering and cold dark energy was completely no match for the mysterious sword tip's power. Bits of darkness retreated from Chunzong's head. "What's going on?" The Black Demon Sect Master's expression changed greatly. This sudden change was completely out of his control. He had no idea what had happened. Could it be that he hadn't truly mastered the secret technique? No, he had already mastered it. He had also successfully used it. Then why did this change occur? Suddenly, the Black Demon Sect Master's expression changed greatly. He thought of a very serious problem. This problem was even more serious than his life. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Demon Sect Master went all out and used the 3 nether mind control technique once again. Once again, 2 rays of deep black light shot out from his eyes. They passed through Chunzong's eyes and shot into the spiritual space. Once again, they quickly spread out. They combined the previous mysterious energy and formed a second round of attacks. However, this kind of power was still unable to resist the mysterious sword tip's power. It could only last for a few breaths of time. The darkness on Chunzong's body continuously retreated. The Black Demon Sect Master finally panicked. "Kill him! Quickly! Quickly! Kill him!" Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, the Black Demon Sect's true martial realm warriors quickly reacted. One by one, they attacked Chunzong. At the same time, the darkness on Chunzong's body completely retreated. It disappeared from his feet. Within Chunzong's opened eyes, the pure and absolute darkness also quickly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The instant Chunzong's eyes returned to normal, the Black Demon Sect Master's body trembled. He froze and did not move at all. His eyes also began to rapidly change. Absolute, pure darkness began to fill his eyes. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, Chunzong's hands trembled. Sword light broke through the air and tore apart the attacks, killing several Black Demon Sect members. "Kill them!" Chunzong opened his mouth and pointed at the Black Demon sect's true martial realm warriors. Just as everyone was confused, the Black Demon sect master took the initiative. He turned into a ray of black light. In an instant, his sharp claws pierced through the chest of a Black Demon sect's late-stage, true martial realm warrior. He even grabbed a warm and beating heart. What exactly happened? Why did the Black Demon sect master listen to Chunzong's orders and kill the Black Demon sect's people? Even Wu and Mo didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that the Black Demon sect master cultivated the 3 nether mind control technique. Master! Wu and Mo couldn't help but shout. The Black Demon sect master turned his head as if he heard Wu Mo's shout. The depth of his eyes made Wu Mo's body stiffen. He felt as if his soul was being frozen. In the next moment, Wu Mo only felt that the light in front of him turned dark. It was as if the world was turning upside down. He didn't know when his chest had been pierced through and his heart had been dug out. He had died an incomparably miserable death. Even his own disciple was killed. The other Black Demon sect's martial artists were even more inexplicably horrified. The true martial sect's martial artists were also very surprised. They didn't know what had happened. However, Chunzong's face was full of smiles. In fact, Chunzong was also very surprised. It could even be said that he was shocked. He didn't know what method the Black Demon sect master had used to control him. He had almost succeeded. He was about to become the Black Demon sect master's slave and control his life and death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the mysterious sword point that had been silent for a long time once again exerted its power, allowing him to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. What was even more unexpected was that after reversing the situation, the Black Demon sect master was actually controlled instead. The overbearingness of the 3 nether mind control technique was also reflected here. The consequence of not being able to control the opponent was to be controlled by the opponent. Of course, if the opponent was killed before being controlled, then it could be removed. Unfortunately, it was one step too late. Chapter 451. The bloody battle finally ended with the Black Demon sect leader being controlled by Chunzong. However, the losses were disastrous. The Black Demon sect's forces were divided into 3 groups. The group that attacked the Royal Martial City was almost completely annihilated. Only 2 or 3 of them were left. The other 2 groups had more survivors, but no one dared to disobey the Black Demon sect leader's orders. On the true martial sect side, the troops led by Chunzong suffered more than half of their losses. The other 2 groups suffered even more disastrous losses, as high as 80%. It could be said that after this battle, the number of martial artists in the entire Eastern continent had sharply decreased. There were only a few true martial realm experts left. The overall level of the Eastern continent had regressed by more than 50 years. However, in exchange, the Eastern continent was at peace. Following this, the Eastern continent would be in a relatively peaceful development environment. For the newly re-established Chun family, this was undoubtedly the best time to develop. After the battle, Chunzong asked the Black Demon sect leader to transport all of the Black Demon sect's wealth to the Flying Martial City's Chun family. This was the accumulation of the Black Demon sect for many years. It was incomparably huge. Chunzong didn't let the Chun family swallow it all. Instead, he gave a small part of it to the true martial sect. After all, the true martial sect had suffered heavy losses in this battle. For Chunzong, it was a small part. However, for the true martial sect, it was a large amount of wealth. It was enough for the true martial sect to recuperate and restore themselves after the battle. However, it would still take a long time, at least 10 years or more. However, this was also a good thing for the true martial sect's upper echelons. It would be easier to manage and control everything. After development, it would be completely under the true martial sect's control. The true martial sect leader, Shangwan Jinlong, initiated an important meeting. As the vice sect leader, Chunzong naturally participated. The content of the meeting was naturally about the future development of the true martial sect. Everyone expressed their own opinions. Chunzong listened without saying anything. However, in the end, Shangwan Jinlong took the initiative to ask Chunzong, My suggestion is to pass down the true martial sect as a real sect, and not as the true martial alliance. Chunzong said, thinking of the various sects in the Longta region. If one wanted to develop and improve the level of martial arts, there must be competition and 100 flowers blooming. As the first sect of the Eastern continent, the true martial sect was the most powerful and aloof sect. Below it, other sects and forces could be established and competed with each other. With pressure, there will be motivation. In fact, many people disagreed with Chunzong's suggestion because doing so would undoubtedly divide the power in their hands. However, no one dared to directly raise an objection. Shangwan Jinlong pondered. In the end, Shangwan Jinlong agreed with Chunzong's suggestion. Perhaps they would have less power in their hands, but in exchange, they would be able to restore and improve the martial arts standards of the Eastern continent. Why not? Just as Chunzong had said, it would be better to make the true martial arts sect the #1 martial arts sect in the Eastern continent and become the holy land of martial arts. With this thought in mind, those who were originally against the idea all gave up on the idea. The second matter was about the Black Demon sect. Now that the Black Demon sect no longer existed, there were still many demon martial artists who were still alive. How should he deal with them? Kill them all? After a series of suggestions, he finally asked for Chunzong's opinion. Since we want to make the true martial arts sect into the holy land of martial arts, then those demon martial artists can choose some of them with potential to become disciples of the true martial arts sect. As for the rest, they can develop on their own without violating the laws of the true martial arts sect. After thinking for a while, Chunzong said maybe there will be no need to ban them in the future. They can freely choose whether to become a demon martial artist or not. In the past, it was the Black Demon sect that forced people to become demon martial artists, and the integration of demon-beast bloodlines was extremely dangerous. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to become a demon martial artist. After all, the probability of failure was very high, and failure meant death. After a series of meetings, the development of the Eastern continent was redefined. After returning to the Chun family, Chunzong was not in a hurry to leave the Eastern continent. He still had some things to do for the Chun family and leave behind a foundation. Only then could he leave without any worries and better wander the world, pursue the advancement of martial arts and the path of the sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Chun family recruited another group of martial artists. The current Chun family was famous far and wide because of Chunzong. Other than Chunzong, Taoist master Huan Yun, Meng Xinping, and the Rakshasa swordswoman were also quite famous. Among the new martial artists that joined the Chun family, there were 4 true martial realm martial artists. All of them became guest elders of the Chun family. Among these 4 true martial realm martial artists, 2 of them were demon martial artists. In addition, there were as many as 69 Qi refining martial artists and as many as 135 late-stage Qi refining martial artists. Among these Qi refining and Qi refining martial artists, Chunzong went through 3 rounds of selection and selected 5 Qi refining martial artists and 8 Qi refining martial artists to focus on nurturing. Being able to receive Chunzong's nurturing, these 8 people were so excited that they could not sleep for several days, making the others extremely envious. The reason Chunzong focused on nurturing these people was naturally to leave behind enough strength for the Chun family. Although the others were not selected, they could still receive some guidance from Chunzong. As long as these people were strong, they could better protect the Chun family and give the Chun family's direct bloodline time to grow. After that, Chunzong took the Black Demon sect leader, who was under his control, to the 100 Beasts mountain range. He had the Black Demon sect leader use his methods to control 2 mid-tier level 8 demon beasts and bring them back to the Chun family as their guardian beasts. A mid-tier level 8 demon beast was equivalent to a LV8 true martial realm martial artist. The bloodline of these 2 mid-tier level 8 demon beasts was not ordinary. Their strength was comparable to an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist, further strengthening the Chun family strength. The people that were nurtured were only a layer of protection. The last layer of protection was the Black Demon sect leader, Chunzong, who already knew the tyrannical power of the three nether control technique, knew that if he did not take the initiative to remove it, the Black Demon sect leader would be completely under his control. However, at the same time, the Black Demon sect leader would have an independent mind and could cultivate on his own. However, the Black Demon sect leader's potential had been excavated to the extreme. It was difficult for his strength to increase, but he was already very strong. Shangguan Jinlong was not his opponent at all. It could be said that in the current Eastern land, except for Chunzong, no one could be his opponent. After demonizing, the Black Demon sect leader's strength would soar a lot. This was because the demon beast bloodline he had integrated was a kind of flood dragon bloodline, which was very powerful. At the same time, the seemingly old Black Demon sect leader had a longer lifespan due to the integration of the demon beast bloodline. He could live for at least 100 years. After 100 years, the Chen family would either become strong or decline. However, Chunzong did not care so much. There was no such thing as an eternal existence. Everything should be done with all his strength and go with the flow. In addition to doing his best to develop the Chun family strength, Chunzong also took a lot of time to accompany his father and other family members. He taught Chunlan martial arts and played with his little sister Chunlan. Chunlan, this chubby little girl, was very clingy to Chunzong. Everything was developing in a good direction. Although during this period of time, his cultivation time had been greatly reduced, Chunzong did not feel anxious or complain at all. It was as if he had put down all his worries and was completely relaxed. He did not expect that this kind of relaxation would give him an unexpected surprise. Chunzong, who was playing with Chunlan, suddenly felt the true power in his body rapidly flowing. It rushed through the 6 true meridians that had been expanded to the extreme. Then it rushed towards the 7th true meridian, wanting to open it up. I'm about to break through. Chunzong showed a hint of joy. He quickly controlled his true power, fearing that it would hurt his little sister Chunlan. After handing Chunlan over to his aunt, he turned into a stream of light and quickly left. His rapid and hurried manner was confusing to others. When he reached a place where there was no one, Chunzong immediately let go of the restraints on his true power. He operated the art of traversing, allowing his pure and tyrannical true power to surge. Then he attacked the 7th true meridian. There were 9 true meridians in the human body. Warriors of the true martial realm could feel it. As for the so-called 10th true meridian, it was a hidden true meridian. Every true meridian was sealed. One had to use their own true power to open it bit by bit. Chunzong's true power was extremely pure and tyrannical. Under the impact, the blockage in the 7th true meridian was quickly opened. The moment the 7th true meridian was opened, the art of traversing surged within. Chunzong felt as if he was about to fly. True power was like a surging tide, surging endlessly. A powerful force filled his body and then quickly spread out. It drilled out from every pore on his body, forming a layer of true power on the surface of his skin. Chunzong tested the strength of the true power on his body and smiled. The true power on the body of an ordinary warrior in the early stage of the 7th level of the true martial realm was limited. At best, it could withstand the attack of an ordinary warrior in the early stage or middle stage of the true martial realm. If it was an all-out attack from a warrior in the peak stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm, it could break through and hurt the body. However, Chunzong's true power on his body was even more tyrannical. Even if he stood there and let a warrior in the 6th level of the true martial realm attack, it would not be damaged at all. The strength of the true power on his body was closely related to the strength of his own true power. Chunzong's original true power was much purer than that of an ordinary warrior in the true martial realm, at least by a large level. Coupled with the extraordinary art of traversing, his true power was even purer. Chunzong had crossed a large level to cultivate the art of traversing, so the purity of his true power had increased again. In terms of the purity and power of the traversing true power, Chunzong was comparable to an ordinary warrior in the peak stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm, and even slightly better. The strength of the true power on his body, formed by the traversing true power, was naturally not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary warrior in the peak stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm would not be able to break through my true power on his body. Chunzong thought to himself. Without a doubt, this had significantly improved his ability to protect himself. Since I've broken through, I should leave. Chunzong stood up and looked into the distance. His eyes became deep and long. Although his family was good, it was not suitable for him to take care of himself. Furthermore, he was still very young and had high aspirations and goals. He still needed to go out and explore. Now, the development of the Chun family was on the right track and stable. They also had enough strength to protect themselves. His cultivation had also broken through to the 7th level of the true martial realm. He had also found a descendant of the Su family. He had also given the cultivation method and martial arts of the dragon-slaying Immortal Su Zhongji to him. He had fulfilled his last wish. It was time to leave. After returning to the family, Chunzong met with his father, Chun Zhengtang, Chun Xuan, Immortal Huan Yun, and the others. After a short conversation, Chunzong also expressed his intention to leave. There was a moment of silence. Do your best, and pay attention to your own safety. Chun Zhengtang patted Chunzong's shoulder and said. He knew this day would come, but when it came, he still felt sad. Remember to come back and visit when you have time. Immortal Huan Yun also smiled. Chapter 452. New volume, new plot, come subscribe, monthly ticket, summon Shenlong. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong traversed 5 kilometers, almost flying in the air. After his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the true martial realm, Chunzong's speed had become even faster. Every time he used the vertical leap, the distance he covered in all directions had also increased. This was something that other 7th level true martial realm martial artists could not achieve. After bidding farewell to the Chun family and the sect leader of the true martial sect, Chunzong went straight to the 100 Beasts mountain range. At that time, the sect leader of the true martial sect, Shangwan Jinlong, asked Chunzong whether he could take Shangwan Ziyu to the martial world, but Chunzong directly refused. The 100 Beasts mountain range was full of danger. With his current strength, even if he encountered a level 8 overlord, he could still resist, but not necessarily kill it. If he encountered a level 9 overlord, he would have to use the red thunder sword. In the end, he could only protect himself at most. It was impossible to protect others. If he really had the ability to bring someone along, Chunzong would not have brought Shangwan Ziyu. Instead, he would have brought Chen Chuyan. Once again entering the 100 Beasts mountain range, Chunzong did not become complacent because of his increase in strength. On the contrary, he became more vigilant. He only hoped that this time his luck would be as good as before and that he would not encounter any danger that he could not deal with. After spending some time, Chunzong finally succeeded in crossing the 100 Beasts mountain range and once again arrived at the boundary of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chunzong's luck was not bad, but it wasn't good either. During this period of time, he had encountered 3 rank 8 demonic beast overlords. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be fine. But if it was 1 against 3, it would be too much pressure for Chunzong, unless he used the lesser Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb. However, Chunzong had relied on his outstanding movement skills and methods to shake off the 3 rank 8 demonic beast overlords. Although Chunzong could use his trump card to kill the 3 level 8 overlords, but besides obtaining a body of flesh and 3 dawn, there was no other harvest. Perhaps it was good, but it could not be compared to the value of the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb. In addition, he did not obtain a treasure like the dragon saliva grass last time. After crossing the 100 Beast mountain, Chunzong went straight to Mountain Overlook Courtyard. When they saw Chunzong once more, the Marquis of Lin Shan, Guan Yunxi, and the others were naturally extremely happy. However, Chunzong didn't stay for too long. 2 days later, he bid farewell to his master, the Marquis of Lin Shan, his senior sister, Yin Wei, and the others before swiftly heading towards sinking Feather River. It had been almost half a year since Chunzong left. Chunzong's cultivation had improved from the early stage of LV6 True Martial Realm to the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. This speed of improvement could be considered fast, and the improvement of his combat strength was even more obvious. As for the increase in his body transformation cultivation, it was actually very little. He lacked the support of suitable treasures. Just by relying on his daily practice of the profound Jade Golden Bone Art, his progress was very slow. His strength was only a little over 70,000 genes. After arriving at Trifine City, Chunzong went to visit Xiaotai Chao. His arrival also brought about a storm in Trifine City. Fortunately, Chunzong only stayed for a few hours before leaving, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Dayu trading firm's ship hadn't arrived yet, so Chunzong could only wait by the river. 5 days later, the Dayu trading firm's ship finally arrived. Chunzong had the iron feather token of the Dayu trading firm, so he was naturally treated like a VIP. He stayed in the best room on the ship and began to cross the river. I wonder if there will be a day when I will be able to fly across the river. Standing on the deck, Chunzong looked into the distance, then looked up at the sky and said to himself, although he could travel 5,000 meters in an instant by using the sweeping all-directions body technique, he could travel tens of thousands of meters if he used it repeatedly. It seemed very amazing, but it was still not true flight. He could not fly freely like a bird. However, even an expert of the extreme mortal realm couldn't truly fly in the air. He didn't know if an expert of the earth spirit realm or the profound heaven realm could do it. With doubts, Chunzong spent some time on the sinking Feather River while cultivating and resting. When he arrived at the dock, Chunzong left for Tianhong Mountain amidst the polite greetings of the Dayu trading firm's crew. After leaving for several months, Chunzong actually missed his senior brothers and sisters in the Zongjin sect. Senior brother Chun. When the two disciples guarding the gate saw Chunzong, they were stunned at first, but then they recognized Chunzong and hurriedly bowed to him. Junior brothers, thank you for your hard work. Chunzong responded with a smile. Chunzong was the idol of many disciples in the Zongjin sect, and so were these two disciples. When they heard Chunzong's words, they were quite excited. Running up the stairs, Chunzong met the master and the senior statesman before returning to the Black Bamboo residence. Not long after, Wang Xianyang came to find him. Chunzong found that Wang Xuanyang's cultivation had also improved, reaching the peak of LV5 True Martial Realm. Of course, he still couldn't compare with Chunzong. After all, Chunzong's cultivation had improved from the early stage of LV6 True Martial Realm to the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. Senior brother Chun, please enlighten me. Wang Xianyang went straight to the point and pointed his sword at Chunzong. Unfortunately, Chunzong's aura was completely restrained, so Wang Xianyang couldn't feel it at all. Otherwise, Wang Xianyang wouldn't have challenged him. Last time, Wang Xianyang had been defeated by Chunzong's sword. At that time, Wang Xuanyang's cultivation was higher. This time, Chunzong's cultivation was obviously higher than Wang Xuanyang's. However, Chunzong didn't directly release his aura to intimidate Wang Xianyang. This would make Wang Xianyang retreat, but it wasn't polite. There was no need to be polite when dealing with an enemy, but Wang Xianyang was his senior brother. Junior brother Wang, please. Chunzong drew his sword and said seriously. Wang Xianyang didn't stand on ceremony. His true force surged, and he used his swordsmanship. His sword turned into a bright light, surrounded by countless light ribbons. Compared with last time, Wang Xuanyang's swordsmanship was more advanced and more powerful. Chunzong didn't use his full strength. He attacked with his sword. The sword light collided continuously in the air, sputtering countless sparks. After a few moves, Chunzong defeated Wang Xianyang. Wang Xianyang was very disappointed about this. When he challenged Chunzong before, although he lost, it wasn't so fast. This time, he came full of confidence, but he was defeated in just a few moves. It was a big blow, but Wang Xianyang admired Chunzong even more because of this. Senior brother Chun, I admit defeat. Wang Xianyang smiled bitterly and saluted Qinzong with cupped fists. This time, he was really convinced. It was a blessing for the Zhonghu sword sect to have such a super genius as their sword son. Junior brother Wang, did anything big happen during this time? Qinzong asked. He had left for the Eastern Land for a few months, so he didn't know if anything big happened in Tianjiang Prefecture. Now that he had just returned, he didn't have time to find out. During these months, many things had happened in Tianjiang Prefecture. Wang Xianyang told them one by one. For example, someone challenged the 5 heavenly prides and lost. Senior sisters Wu Shanmei and Long Xiaojun were in the first group. In addition, Li Xiaoyun and Gu Yaoyang were in the third group. To put it bluntly, these were all things between geniuses. Qinzong sighed as he listened. Sure enough, the world of geniuses was full of changes. One day, they might be leading others, but the next day, they might be surpassed. However, this kind of world was more interesting and motivating. Real martial artists were never afraid of challenges and would face them head-on. There's another thing, Wang Xianyang said. A cave mansion was found on the bank of sinking Feather River. It's rumored that it was left by an expert called Lord Huntian. Lord Huntian. Qinzong was shocked. These 4 words resounded like thunder in his ears. He and the martial king of Huntian had some fate. It could be said that after entering the Cloud Dragon dynasty, Qinzong wouldn't have been able to reach his current level if he hadn't obtained the Huntian Yuan breaking energy from the martial king of Huntian. Qinzong was naturally interested in the cave mansion left by Lord Huntian. Unfortunately, he didn't know where it was and couldn't find it. He didn't expect to hear about the cave mansion left by Lord Huntian as soon as he came back. Have the things in the cave mansion been taken away? Qinzong asked. Yes. Wang Xianyang nodded. Many people participated in the fight, including the 5 geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture and the geniuses of the first camp. In addition, some old warriors at the peak of LV9, genuine martial realm, also fought fiercely. It's said that more than 100 people died that day. Hearing this, Qinzong could imagine how fierce it must have been. Martial King. Only those at the peak of the extreme human realm who could dominate the extreme human realm could be called kings. In Tianjiang Prefecture, the highest cultivation was only at LV5 extreme human realm. There was a huge gap between the extreme human realm and the king. A cave mansion left by a martial king realm expert, even if it was only useful for warriors of the genuine martial realm, was enough to attract many people to fight for it. But in the end, it was said that it was taken away by the Wanluo sect of Wanluo Prefecture. Wang Xianyang said unwillingly. Lord Huntian's cave mansion was left in Tianjiang Prefecture, but it was taken away by people from other prefectures. It felt like his own family's things were taken away, but he couldn't do anything about it. Do you know what it was? Qinzong asked. It was said that it was a low-grade spiritual weapon and a jade book. Wang Xianyang said, according to speculation, the jade book probably recorded the heaven-level cultivation method practiced by Lord Huntian, and it might be of the peerless heaven level. Heaven tier, peerless grade. Qinzong sucked in a breath of cold air. Qinzong, who practiced the peerless earth level cultivation method, knew the gap between the peerless heaven level and the supreme level. If he could get the peerless heaven level cultivation method to practice, his genuine force would become more powerful and his strength would increase. Then Qinzong was curious about the identity of Lord Huntian. What was his background? It was amazing that he even had a peerless heaven-level cultivation method. He knew that Lord Huntian's cave mansion had been found, but the things inside had been taken away. In fact, even if they hadn't been taken away, with Qinzong's current strength, the probability of fighting for it was very low. He might even be in danger of losing his life. Senior brother Chun, with your current strength, you can compete for the genius of the third camp. Wang Xianyang said finally. When Qinzong attacked, he limited his aura to the LV6 genuine martial realm. If Wang Xianyang knew that Qinzong's real cultivation had reached the early stage of the LV7 genuine martial realm, he wouldn't have said such words. Chapter 453. The Dominator of 6 Realms needs to prepare more manuscripts. Challenging me? Oof, you're too arrogant. Do you think I'm still the same person I was a few months ago? Gu Yaoyang looked at the letter of challenge in his hand and snorted. He slammed his palm on the purple pine diamond table, leaving a deep palm print. As he raised his hand, the palm print recovered bit by bit. The content of this letter of challenge was extremely simple, yet it was sharp like a sword. It seemed to be ordinary, yet it contained an indescribable arrogance, and it was signed off with the words Chun Zong of the Unhindered Sword Sect. That's right, this was the letter of challenge sent by Chun Zong. Chun Zong didn't have enough strength before, but now he did, so he naturally had to act. Being listed among the geniuses of the camp would bring a great boost to the Unhindered Sword Sect's reputation. It was only right to return the favor. Chun Zong started his challenge from the third camp. Who would he challenge? Gu Yaoyang, who had a conflict with Chun Zong, was undoubtedly a good candidate. This kind of challenge wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small matter either. On a nameless hill, Gu Yaoyang, who was wearing a fiery red robe, became more and more eye-catching. He seemed to be resonating with the scorching sun in the sky. His whole body was filled with waves of heat like turbulent waves. Gu Yaoyang, who had reached the middle stage of LV6 true martial realm, was even more powerful. He could fight against an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. He was only at LV6 true martial realm, but he had the strength of an LV9 true martial realm martial artist, which was 3 whole levels higher. It was no doubt amazing. There were less than 100 young people in the entire Tianjiang prefecture who could do this. Being listed among the geniuses of the camp was a great honor. Gu Yaoyang's challenge was successful, and he was listed among the geniuses of the third camp. The Unhindered Sword Sect's reputation immediately increased. The reputation of a sect was very important. It was related to whether it had an advantage in recruiting disciples in the future. Generally speaking, most people would choose a sect with a stronger reputation. Under normal circumstances, a strong reputation meant that the sect was also strong. A strong sect had a greater chance of recruiting talented disciples and further strengthening the sect's reputation. It was a virtuous cycle that allowed the sect to exist and grow stronger. Chun Zong, who was wearing a silver sword robe, stood in front of Gu Yaoyang. He didn't have a strong aura. He was calm, as if he was not here to fight, but to enjoy the scenery. A sharp contrast with Gu Yaoyang, who had a strong aura. An inner sect elder of the True Yang sect frowned, unable to see through Chun Zong's cultivation at all. The third elder of the Unhindered Sword sect had a smile on his face. He had a rough idea of Chun Zong's strength and knew that he would definitely be able to defeat Gu Yaoyang. There were other people around as well. Most of them were from the True Yang sect and the Unhindered Sword sect. A small portion of them were from the Heavenly Water sect and the Ao Mei Villa. There were also people from other factions or independent cultivators. Everyone was talking and guessing that Chun Zong could defeat Gu Yaoyang. Some thought that Chun Zong could defeat Gu Yaoyang. They took out the last time Chun Zong defeated Gu Yaoyang as evidence. But some thought that Chun Zong couldn't defeat Gu Yaoyang. After all, Chun Zong had disappeared for a few months. Gu Yaoyang, on the other hand, was very active and had defeated many strong opponents. Chun Zong, today, I will defeat you in front of everyone. Gu Yaoyang said to Chun Zong with a cold face. He was gnashing his teeth like an angry beast. He added in his heart, I will humiliate you after I defeat you. Killing was not allowed in this kind of challenge. It was okay to get injured, but it couldn't be an untreatable injury. After all, there were people watching. If it was in a place without people, then it didn't matter. Chun Zong just smiled at Gu Yaoyang's words. He didn't answer, but his attitude made Gu Yaoyang feel contempt. He was furious. In anger, Gu Yaoyang fully activated his martial arts. It was as if he had turned into a scorching sun, emitting amazing light and heat. Waves of heat swept around. The air around him was distorted, and the light reflected a strange light. The huge hand formed a claw and slashed out fiercely. Body and martial arts as one, the claw tore through the sky and grabbed at Chun Zong. It was like the claw of a fiery bird carrying a shocking heat. Even if it was refined steel, it would be melted in an instant. Before the claw arrived, Chunzong already felt the amazing heat covering his body. It was as if he was in a furnace and was constantly being burned. Very strong. After Gu Yaoyang's cultivation improved, he became more powerful. The power of this claw was also amazing. It was at least a heaven-level upper-class martial arts. However, Chunzong's cultivation was much higher than Gu Yaoyang's. He was able to defeat Gu Yaoyang when his cultivation was lower, let alone now. Chunzong moved his body and avoided Gu Yaoyang's tyrannical claw. The claw directly tore Chunzong's body into pieces. Gu Yaoyang's expression didn't change. He didn't expect to defeat Chunzong with one claw. He reacted quickly. The moment he tore Chunzong's body into pieces, the claw suddenly turned into a palm, pressing the air. A terrible power gathered in the palm, and the amazing heat seemed to burn through the earth. It fiercely slapped Chunzong. The crimson-red palm print broke through the air. Immediately, Gu Yaoyang's palm changed again, turning into a fist. The crimson-red fist print dented the air and blasted towards Chunzong with amazing power. In an instant, Gu Yaoyang changed his moves 3 times. Different attacking methods, different powers contained in them: sucking, pulling, twisting, and burning. They constantly hit Chunzong's body, making Chunzong feel that he couldn't dodge and could only take Gu Yaoyang's attacks head-on. The explosive power of the attack was amazing. It also contained a burning aura like a raging fire. It also contained the power of Gu Yaoyang's strong body, refining cultivation. The 3 moves in a row showed everyone Gu Yaoyang's adaptability and also showed Chunzong Gu Yaoyang's current strength. Chunzong stood still and didn't dodge anymore. He waved his right hand, and a dazzling silver sword light pierced through the air. This sword seemed to pierce through the sky, and the silver light extended to the horizon. Gu Yaoyang could only see the silver light in front of him and couldn't see anything else clearly. The sharp and domineering sword light pierced through his body, making his hair stand on end. He waved both of his palms, and a huge spinning red millstone appeared in the air, blocking Chunzong's sword. However, the silver sword light was unexpectedly sharp and domineering. The red millstone was as fragile as tofu and was instantly pierced through. This sword was too fast, and Gu Yaoyang couldn't react at all. For a moment, Gu Yaoyang thought he was going to be killed, and a huge panic emerged from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to die yet. The sword light paused and stopped in front of Gu Yaoyang's forehead. The cold and sharp sword light pierced through his forehead, making Gu Yaoyang's scalp numb. His brain was constantly stimulated, and his thoughts were almost frozen. Stop! The extreme mortal elder of the Jinyang sect was shocked. He shouted and was about to attack, but was stopped by the 3rd elder of the Jinyang sword sect. Chunzong didn't kill him. He only lightly touched Gu Yaoyang's forehead with the tip of his sword, leaving a dark red mark, and then put his sword back into its sheath. It was clear who had won and who had lost. If it were some other place where there was no one around, perhaps Chunzong would have stabbed Gu Yaoyang without hesitation and killed him with one strike. Gu Yaoyang was dumbfounded. His whole body was in a daze, and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. His cultivation had increased, his strength had increased, and he had defeated many strong opponents. He was now a genius in the 3rd group, and he was working hard on his cultivation, preparing to become a genius in the 2nd group. He was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. This time, he received a challenge from Chunzong, and he was ready to defeat Chunzong to wash away his shame. His idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. This time, he was defeated even faster than the last time. It was a clean defeat, and he had no chance of defending himself. One strike, just one strike. Defeated. Completely defeated. Gu Yaoyang felt his vision turn dark. Chunzong didn't kill him, but he left a shadow in his heart, and Gu Yaoyang couldn't recover from it. If he couldn't get rid of this shadow, his future would be ruined. This was worse than killing him directly. Of course, Chunzong didn't mean that. It was just a coincidence. Gu Yaoyang was very competitive. When he lost to Chunzong for the first time, he was shocked, and then he pulled himself together and worked hard again. In the battle of the spiritual pool, he realized the gap between him and Chunzong, so he worked hard again. After a few months of hard work, his cultivation improved, and he became stronger. He also defeated many strong opponents that he couldn't defeat in the past, and became a genius in the third group. It could be said that Gu Yaoyang's future was limitless. It wasn't impossible for him to become a genius in the second group, or even the first group. As for the genius level, it was too difficult. Now, reaching LV9 of the genuine martial realm at a certain age didn't mean that one could become a genius. At least, one had to show strength that could compete with any of the 5 geniuses to be recognized. However, Gu Yaoyang had a very good plan for himself. As long as he worked hard, it would come true sooner or later. But all of this was stopped by Chunzong's sword. The gap was too big. In just a few months' time, Chunzong had already walked to a point where he could only look up to the dust. The elder of the Xinjiang sect quickly left with the gloomy Gu Yaoyang. It was very embarrassing, and they didn't dare to stay any longer. The third elder of the unhindered sword sect was beaming with joy. Today's battle would soon be spread by other warriors, and it would sweep through the entire Tianjiang prefecture in the shortest time possible. By then, everyone in the Tianjiang prefecture would know that Chunzong defeated Gu Yaoyang with one sword with absolute advantage. He showed unparalleled strength and became a genius in the third group. The reputation of the unhindered sword sect would also be slightly improved because of this. The warriors who watched the battle left with excitement and complicated feelings, especially those from the Tianshui sect and the Ao Mei Villa. For them, the more outstanding Chunzong's performance was, the greater the reputation of the unhindered sword sect, and the greater the impact it would have on the two sects. The entire Tianjiang prefecture was only so big, and there were only so many resources. The 4 sects competed with each other for better development. Chapter 454. The Zongheng sword son disappeared for several months. When he reappeared, he was already in the late stage of LV6 genuine martial realm. Chunzong defeated Gu Yaoyang with one strike. The Zongheng sword son, Chunzong's swordsmanship is superb. For a time, all kinds of news with the same content raged like a storm, sweeping through Tianjiang prefecture. Discussions about Chunzong could be heard everywhere in the various tea houses, taverns, and restaurants. It seemed that if one did not mention the words Chunzong, Zongheng sword son, or sword, they would fall behind others. Contrary to the great momentum, Gu Yaoyang's reputation plummeted, and even the Xinjiang sect's reputation was affected. However, this was all within expectations. Now, the Xinjiang sect had to figure out how to recover this loss. Arrange for a disciple to challenge Chunzong, an elder of the Xinjiang sect said. Arranging for a genius disciple who also belonged to the third group to challenge the other party and then defeat the other party was a very common method, and also the most direct method. After all, Gu Yaoyang was only a genius from the third group not long ago. He was considered a newcomer. Chunzong's cultivation is in the late stage of LV6 genuine martial realm, but I feel that his strength is more than that, said the elder who saw Chunzong fight that day. At that time, Chunzong did not use his full strength. He deliberately controlled his aura. When Chunzong broke through to the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, his control over his strength became even more exquisite. Under his intentional control, it was difficult for those who were not very powerful in the extreme mortal realm to distinguish Chunzong's true cultivation. This was also one of Chunzong's ideas. He did not want to completely reveal his cultivation. Instead, he wanted to reveal it step by step. Only in this way could he continue to promote the reputation of the Zongheng Sword School. If he revealed his full cultivation all at once, it would definitely push his reputation and that of the Zongheng Sword School to a new height. However, it would be powerless and would soon be overshadowed by other things. Arrange for Li Shilong to challenge Chunzong, the sect master of the Xinjiang sect finally said. Li Shilong was one of the top geniuses in the third camp of the Xinjiang sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th LV of the true martial realm, and his strength was very tyrannical. He had once defeated an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th LV of the true martial realm. He was undoubtedly the best candidate to defeat Qinzong and suppress his momentum. However, the True Yang sect was one step slower. The Tianshui sect had beaten them to it. The genius disciple of Tianshui sect, Li Shaoyun, challenged Qinzong, the sword master of Zongheng. This battle took place at the edge of a small lake. The last time he saw Li Shaoyun was during the battle of the spiritual pool. At that time, Li Shaoyun was already at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. Through the spiritual pool, he had broken through to LV6 true martial realm. Now, with his extraordinary talent, the focus of the Heavenly Water sect, and some fortuitous encounters, Li Shaoyun's cultivation had reached the peak of LV6 true martial realm. His strength could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the third camp. Dressed in a white robe, Li Shaoyun stood at the edge of the lake. His posture was tall and straight, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. There seemed to be invisible ripples spreading out from his body, resonating with the lake water around him. The skills of the Tianshui sect were inextricably linked to water. "I hope you'll let me go all out," Li Shaoyun said. His voice was like flowing water, but it also seemed to contain turbulent waves. "I suggest you go all out from the beginning," Qinzong said with a smile. Li Shaoyun did not appreciate Qinzong's words, because he did not know that Qinzong was telling the truth. Li Shaoyun smiled, and ripples spread out from his body. Even the surface of the lake was affected, and ripples spread out. It was as if the water and the sky were the same color. Then, he raised his right hand, and countless ripples gathered in his hand. He pushed it forward, and the ripples moved forward continuously. It seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. Qinzong immediately felt that the air seemed to have turned into water. It became as viscous as water, and an omnipresent force was affecting him from all directions. It kept pulling at his limbs and body, interfering with his movements. It was as if he had fallen into water. Li Shaoyun was cultivating the Tianshui sect's great skill of Tianshui sect. There were very few disciples who were qualified to cultivate this skill, and young Master Tianshui was the biggest example. With his extraordinary talent, Li Shaoyun had already cultivated the great skill of Tianshui to the 7th level. It was amazing, and he had the potential to be on par with young Master Tianshui. Everyone thought that he had great potential to become a genius. When the great skill of Tianshui was cultivated to the 7th level, it could combine with one's true force to create a unique force field around them. Within the force field, other than oneself, everything else would be affected. It was as if one had fallen into water. It was well known that being in water would cause one to feel the pressure of the water. One had to use more strength to perform at their usual speed, which would increase the consumption of true force. The force field created by the 7th level of Tianshui was not very strong, but it was enough to affect an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist. It could even affect a LV8 true martial realm martial artist to a certain extent. However, Qinzong was not an ordinary martial artist. He twisted his body slightly and adapted to the effect of the great skill of Tianshui force field. Li Shaoyun did not know that. He shook his hands, and his sleeves fluttered. It was as if two waterfalls were falling down, bringing with it an astonishing power and the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping. This move had the gentleness of water, but within that gentleness, there was also a berserk and tenacity. Layers upon layers of power were contained within it, continuously attacking. If one was hit, they would immediately suffer from multiple attacks, and their protective true power would be rapidly shaken and disintegrated. Their tendons, bones, muscles, and even internal organs would be damaged by the strong impact. This move was indeed more brilliant than Gu Yaoyang's. It showed Li Shaoyun's extraordinary talent. Although Li Shaoyun did not use his full strength, he had used 80% of it, which was enough to defeat an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, Li Shaoyun unsheathed the long sword. The sharp and dazzling silver sword light seemed to cut open the sky and the earth. With a flash of silver, the Tianshui force field that bound Qinzong was also cut open. The great skill of Tianshui and the art of traversing did not have any restraints. They were both top heaven-level techniques, and each had its own advantages. The true power cultivated by the heavenly water grate technique was flexible and tough, like water, and secretly carried a violent power, continuous and endless, and could even cultivate the heavenly water force field. The true power cultivated by the traversing technique was sharp and overbearing, like a heavenly sword that could traverse the heaven and earth in all directions, sweeping everything before it. Who was stronger and who was weaker depended on the level of the technique and the purity of the true force. The great skill of Tianshui had 9 levels, and the art of traversing had 36 levels. Every 4 levels corresponded to 1 level of the great skill of Tianshui. Qinzong had cultivated to the 29th level, which was equivalent to the great skill of Tianshui at the beginning of the 8th level. The 2 swords carried the powerful, traversing true force. Under the exquisite sword art, Li Xiaoyan cut the Tianshui force field into 4. The dazzling sword light went straight to Li Xiaoyan. Qinzong did not use all of his cultivation. He controlled it at the late stage of LV6 true martial realm. The sword light was so dazzling that Li Xiaoyan could not help but squint his eyes. His body flashed, and a shadow walked to the left, and then another shadow walked to the right. The 3 shadows were exactly the same, as if they were clones. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Their palms struck out like endless waves, shattering the 2 streaks of sword light and turning them into raging waves that charged at Qinzong from 3 different directions. Qinzong seemed to have turned into a reef in the middle of the waves. He stood tall and unmoving, relying only on his 2 swords. In the blink of an eye, the 2 swords had slashed out hundreds of sword lights. The vast and majestic sword light poured down like the Milky Way. Around them, many people were watching with their eyes wide open. Both Li Xiaoyan and Qinzong were regarded as candidates for the chosen warriors, which meant that they had the potential to become chosen warriors in the future. Therefore, this battle received more attention than the battle between Qinzong and Gu Yaoyang. Realizing that Qinzong was very powerful, Li Xiaoyan decided to use all of his strength. The 3 shadows launched different attacks at Qinzong from 3 different directions. Palm shadows flew in all directions, causing ripples of light to appear in all directions. Wherever one looked, they would feel dazzled and dizzy. The silver sword light was so sharp that it cut all the palm shadows into pieces. However, Qinzong had to admit that Li Xiaoyan was indeed powerful. He was at least 1 level higher than Gu Yaoyang when they were at the same level. Qinzong did not use the 29th move of the horizontal sword art. Instead, he used the 25th move. With this move, he could compete with Li Xiaoyan. He waved his 2 swords casually. Every move was so precise that it could not be traced. However, it was so sharp and overbearing that it tore through everything. Even though Li Xiaoyan's palm art and the sky water grand art were exquisite and all the attacks from the 3 figures surrounded Qinzong, they were unable to get close to Qinzong. Li Xiaoyan's expression became more and more serious. He activated every bit of his power and pushed his heaven-level martial skill to its limit. The surrounding area seemed to have turned into a lake and connected with the small lake. The small lake's water rippled and created waves, which made Li Xiaoyan's attacks even more powerful. The Heavenly Water Sect's martial arts were closely related to water. Their martial arts were the same. Therefore, they could perform more effectively in a place with water. Li Xiaoyan had an advantage by choosing this place as the location of the battle. After fighting for a while, Qinzong raised his cultivation to the peak of LV6 true martial realm, which was the same as Li Xiaoyan's. He also operated the horizontal art to the 26th level. Then, he performed the 26th move of the horizontal sword art, which was much more powerful. It was so bright that it looked like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was invincible. In an instant, Qinzong performed more than 1,000 sword strikes, which tore through all the water waves around him. The two shadows of Li Xiaoyan exploded like smoke. The two swords combined, and the cross-shaped sword light swept across the sky and the earth. It went straight for Li Xiaoyan with unparalleled overbearingness. Li Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. His body shivered as he stepped out continuously. It was as if he was stepping on water, creating layers of shock waves that quickly covered his entire body, forming a layer of protection. It was another application of the sky water force field, which could better protect his body. Chapter 455. The battle between Zong and Li Xiaoyan shocked the world once again. Li Xiaoyan, who was at the peak of LV6 genuine martial realm, was defeated. Zong's cultivation was not at the late stage of LV6, but at the peak of LV6. He hit it so well, even we couldn't see through it. I wonder if he's still hiding it. Impossible. Zong is indeed talented, but it's already amazing that he reached the peak of LV6 genuine martial realm in a few months. He can't hide it anymore. The world of geniuses is full of possibilities. Who knows? Some were happy, while others were sad. The Zongheng Sword sect was naturally overjoyed. Its reputation was boosted by a small level. For a moment, the whole Tianjiang prefecture was talking about Zong. On the contrary, the Tianshui sect's reputation was damaged to a certain extent. They had asked Li Xiaoyan to challenge Zong in order to use Zong's reputation to boost Li Xiaoyan and the Tianshui sect's reputation. The premise was that Li Xiaoyan had to defeat Zong, and it would be best if he could defeat Zong in an overwhelming manner. They didn't expect that Li Xiaoyan would be defeated, which boosted the reputation of Zong and the Zongheng Sword sect. So far, the only sect that hadn't suffered a direct loss was Aome Villa, but it was also affected. After all, the limelight had been stolen by the Zongheng Sword sect and Zong. Countless eyes were focused on Zong. Many people were guessing what Zong would do next. Would he go into seclusion to break through to LV7 genuine martial realm? Or would he continue to challenge and defeat more opponents? After disappearing for a few months, he actually improved so quickly. He's indeed a hidden danger. Long Xiaojun had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as ice, containing an extremely cold, killing intent. He didn't succeed in killing Zong that day, but now he was slowly growing and starting to jump around. Even though Long Xiaojun was already on the front line, he still felt threatened. It was a threat that came from the depths of his bones. This feeling told him that Zong would definitely become a huge threat. Now, he was slowly becoming a threat. However, under the protection of the prodigy, he couldn't use any underhanded methods to deal with Zong. Otherwise, if he was found out, even the Tianjiang prefecture lord wouldn't be able to protect him. Of course, he could choose to do it himself, but now that Zong was more important to the Zongjin sect, it would be difficult to find an opportunity to do so. Long Xiaojun regretted that he was scared by Zhuo Shanmei. If he had gone all out, he would have killed Zong. He didn't know that if he had insisted on killing Zong, he would have died. Not long after, another piece of news came out that Zong had issued another challenge. This time, it caused a huge uproar. This time, Zong wasn't challenging a prodigy from the third group, but a prodigy from the second group. Su Yangli, we didn't want you to fight at first. After all, it would be considered bullying. But since he's so arrogant, you don't have to worry about anything. Fight with all you've got. If you have a chance, cripple him. An elder from a Jinyang sect said to the young man standing in front of him, his small eyes shining with a ruthless light. He looked like a gentleman. I'll remember. Su Yangli replied with a smile. He really looked like a gentleman, but there was a trace of ruthlessness hidden deep in his eyes. Su Yangli was in the second group of Tianjiang Prefecture. He wasn't the top, but he wasn't the weakest either. He was in the middle and was quite powerful. I think Zong is crazy about fame. He didn't go into seclusion to break through first. Instead, he challenged a prodigy from the second group. Did the praise he received recently make him arrogant? He's too full of himself. Hearing the news, Long Xiaojun was also full of smiles. Chunzong was so arrogant as to challenge a prodigy from the second group. It should be known that a prodigy from the third group had a 1-star battle prowess, while a prodigy from the second group had a 2-star battle prowess. The difference between the two groups was obvious. Even the 5 great prodigies had never defeated a prodigy from the second group when they were only at the peak of LV6 true martial realm. Although Chunzong was known to have the potential to become a prodigy and was even touted as a candidate, he wasn't a prodigy after all. His talent couldn't possibly surpass the 5 great prodigies. At first, the sect master and elders of the Jinyang sword sect were against Chunzong's idea of challenging a prodigy from the second group. But when Chunzong revealed his true cultivation, they all agreed. The battle between Chunzong and Su Yangli was on a nameless hill. It was also where Chunzong defeated Gu Yaoyang. Choosing this place showed that the Jinyang sect was determined to get back at Su Yangli. Do you need me to give you a 3-move handicap? Su Yangli had a modest smile on his face. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither high nor low, like a gentle breeze. As you wish. Chunzong's answer made Su Yangli frown. He was testing Chunzong and using his own method to find out Chunzong's background. But Chunzong's answer made him feel unfathomable. Make your move. The elder of the Jinyang sect transmitted his voice to Su Yangli. He couldn't wait to see Chunzong lose. Su Yangli's expression became serious. A glint shot out from the bottom of his eyes like a cold bolt of lightning. Immediately, an extremely hot aura surged out from his body like waves and swept out in all directions. The aura of the middle stage of LV7 True Martial Realm was as hot as a raging fire, burning everything. The air around him was distorted, and the light refracted into a red hue. The ground seemed to be gradually softened by the high temperature. Waves of hot air rolled back and soared into the sky, making rumbling sounds. To defeat Chunzong in an overwhelming manner, and to cripple Chunzong in an instant, Su Yangli burst out with all his strength. With a boom, Su Yangli, who was as modest as a gentleman, suddenly transformed into a flaming beast. Deep pits were trampled on the ground, and there were traces of burning. Swift like a storm and fierce like fire, Su Yangli's legs seemed to be wrapped in flames. The raging fire was like 2 flaming dragons coiling around his legs, making waves of dizzying roars and rippling out layers of scorching sound waves. Heaven-level ultimate martial skill, flaming dragon, flood dragon leg. Body and martial skill as one. His legs turned into 2 dragons coiling around each other. With an extremely violent force, he mercilessly attacked Chunzong with the power to destroy mountains. The scorching heat made white smoke curl around the flaming dragons. Powerful, he was much stronger than Li Xiaoyan. Before the pair of legs arrived, the violent impact caused the ground around Chunzong to collapse, drawing out a series of cracks that snaked out like lightning. Is this the strength of a genius from the second group? So powerful. Chunzong can't take it. Still not admitting defeat, Chunzong's expression didn't change at all. His hands fell on the hilt of his sword, and with a shake of his wrist, the sword light broke through the air and slashed forward. Level 27 of the Art of Traversing. Level 27 of the Sword of Traversing. The early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. When Chunzong revealed his true cultivation, other than the elders of the Unhindered Sword sect, everyone else was stunned. The early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. Is this his true cultivation? He's hiding it too well. Exclamations continued. Su Yangli also had a bad feeling, but the arrow had already been knocked. He had no choice but to push his true force further, and his legs fiercely attacked Chunzong in an even faster and fiercer way. The sword art of the sword sect was extremely powerful. Under the 2 swords, the sky was torn apart, and the silver light spread out to infinity. Kill! Under the sword light, the blazing flood dragon was directly cut apart, like a hot knife through butter. The 2 swords directly slashed onto Su Yangli's body. The terrifying power unceasingly attacked and cut, breaking apart Su Yangli's true power protection, tearing apart his robe, cutting apart his inner armor. Su Yangli's entire body was sent flying backwards. With a loud boom, under the terrifying might of the two swords, Su Yangli was directly hacked into the mountain, creating a huge crater. Su Yangli, the elder of the Xinjiang sect, was shocked. He flashed and appeared in front of the pit. He grabbed Su Yangli with both hands and quickly checked him. Fortunately, he only suffered some internal injuries, which were not serious. He would recover after taking some elixirs for a few days. But the key point was not the injuries, but the blow. He had made up his mind to defeat Qinzong with an overwhelming advantage and secretly cripple Qinzong, but in the end, he was defeated by Qinzong in one move. The huge difference made Su Yangli's face gloomy and his eyes dull. He seemed to feel that his future was bleak, and he had suffered a great blow like Gu Yaoyang. The warriors watching the battle were all dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. How could Qinzong be so strong? Why was Qinzong's cultivation not at the peak of LV6 true martial realm, but the early stage of LV7 true martial realm? This cultivation speed was too shocking. Ha ha! The third elder laughed proudly. He directly summoned the golden flame, swift shadow crane, took Qinzong, and quickly left, leaving behind an unreachable figure. Damn it! The elder of the Xinjiang sect was furious. The Xinjiang sect's reputation had been damaged even more, and the reputation of the Xinjiang sword sect would rise again because of this. Qinzong, you should stay in the sect and cultivate well. On the back of the golden flame, swift shadow crane, the third elder said with a smile. The more he looked at Qinzong, the more satisfied he was. Okay. Qinzong nodded. Originally, he was wondering if he should continue to challenge. If he did, of course, he would choose the top geniuses of the second-tier camp, and then challenge the geniuses of the first-tier camp. Step by step, he would definitely push the reputation of the Xinjiang sword sect to an amazing height. But at the same time, it might bring some trouble. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. If he performed too well, he might attract some trouble. With the strength of the Xinjiang sword sect, he might not be able to protect himself. Well, let's stop before going too far. Qinzong said to himself. When he fought with Su Yangli, he did not use his full strength. At least, if he used the 29th level of the Xinjiang sword technique and the 29th move of the Xinjiang sword technique, he could easily tear apart Su Yangli's inner armor and kill him. Chapter 456. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On July 29th, 2014, Six Paths' little teddy bear was born with a crying face. On July 29th, 2016, little Six Paths turned 2 years old today. Last year, little Six Paths was too young to celebrate his birthday. Now that he had grown up, every time he went to the supermarket, he would run to the toy car stall and put it in the shopping cart without hesitation. Now, there was almost no room for his toy car at home. Speaking of this naughty little guy, people loved him so much when he was cute, but when he cried, he was so annoying. Besides, Six Paths had been a stay-at-home dad for 2 years. This was something he had never thought of before he gave birth. He felt tired but happy at the same time. Haha, let's not talk about it. Otherwise, it might cause a huge blow to the single dog. Senior and junior brothers, are you going to buy gifts for your Marshall nephews? Hee hee. That's it. Six Paths will go play with the little guy for a while. End of chapter. Chapter 457. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Looking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. When the wind blew, thousands of ink bamboo swayed with the wind. Innumerable ink jade-like bamboo leaves swayed, making a rhythmic sound that was as uniform as tide water. It was clear to the ears, making people unconsciously forget their troubles, gradually empty their minds, and wander freely. The thick fragrance of ink bamboo permeated between heaven and earth, refreshing the mind, making people feel refreshed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was as light as a feather. As it descended, It was surrounded by countless silver sword lights. It was as if there were thousands of silver fish swimming around it. It was extremely nimble. After that, the thousands of silver sword lights surged forward like a tide. In the blink of an eye, they converged into a majestic silver sword light. It slashed forward with a domineering aura that reigned supreme over the world. The earth shook, and the rumbling sound was like thousands of thunderbolts. Wherever the sword light passed, the ink bamboo was turned into powder, and the ground was cut open, creating a gully that was a few meters wide and a few meters deep, extending hundreds of meters away. The figure floated to the ground, indescribably confident and calm. I've also practiced the 29th style of the horizontal sword art to the limit, but the feeling of being able to move freely and look down on others is nowhere to be found. Returning both swords to their sheaths, Chunzong stood in the same place, deep in thought, frowning slightly. That day, in the decisive battle with the Black Demon sect in the Eastern Land, he killed his way into the army. His two swords were invincible, and no one could stop him. It was like killing beasts and orcs that blocked his way. Naturally, he had a feeling of being able to move freely and look down on others. Do I have to experience that kind of battle again? Chunzong thought, and then shook his head. Even if he wanted to, it would be difficult to find that kind of opportunity. With so many warriors fighting to the death, it would be difficult to find an opportunity unless it was a battle between two sects. This method would not work. Chunzong could only try his best to recall the state of that day and recreate it. However, it was very difficult. Chunzong did not know that what he was trying to comprehend was a kind of mystery that was far beyond his current state. Of course, it would be very difficult. Chunzong was cultivating in the Black Bamboo House, but the outside world was in an uproar because he had defeated Su Yongli. Long Xiaojuan's face was as gloomy as dark clouds. The murderous intent in his eyes was fully revealed. The people in front of him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long while, the killing intent in Long Xiaojuan's eyes gradually receded. However, it did not disappear. Xiao Fu, I have a suggestion. Only then did the subordinate dare to open his mouth and speak carefully. Speak. Long Xiaojun waved his hand in annoyance. His tone was impatient, which was completely different from usual. Since there are rules to protect the geniuses, we can't send experts to assassinate them, but we can find others. The man's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he spoke in a low voice. Long Xiaojun didn't retort. Instead, he began to ponder the possibilities. In this world, where there was light, there was darkness. As long as there were people, there would be competition and darkness. Long Xiaojun pondered. If he wanted to assassinate a super genius like Chunzong, he would have to pay a heavy price. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, do it well and don't leave any traces behind. Long Xiaojun finally said. His eyes were cold and sharp, making it difficult for others to look directly at him. Chunzong had to die. Xiao Fu, rest assured. I have some connections. Let those people send out pseudo-transcendence. They will definitely do it well. The subordinate quickly promised. It was very difficult for ordinary people to contact those who walked in the shadows. They had to have some means. Heaven, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Jiang Mansion was adjacent to 10,000 at Mansion and Baoshan Mansion. These three mansions formed an irregular triangle on the ground. In the middle area between the three prefectures, there was a vast desert. The golden sand flickered with a dazzling light under the sun, enough to blind people's eyes. The wind blew, and the fine sand drifted along with the wind, swirling in the air. Under the sunlight, they reflected a rainbow-colored light, looking very beautiful. There were no clouds in the sky. The blue sky was magnificent, vast, and infinitely high. Suddenly, under the scorching sun, an oval-shaped halo seemed to appear in midair. It covered an area of several hundred kilometers and gradually appeared, as if a world was emerging from nothingness. In the next breath, a thunderbolt exploded from the clear sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Love Go, Xiao, say, wants you in the blue sky, countless dark clouds gathered from all directions and quickly covered the sky. It became dark and gloomy, as if the sky was about to collapse. The air seemed to solidify, and the world became oppressive. Muffled rumbles rang out one after another. Silver flood dragons shuttled back and forth violently through the thick and heavy dark clouds, as if a group of dragons were dancing wildly. It was a strange phenomenon formed by thousands of thunderbolts. A huge black scorpion drilled out from under the golden sand. Its black shell emitted a shockingly tyrannical wave. It was an upper-grade level 8 demonic beast. At this time, this powerful demonic beast was trembling all over. It desperately used its large pincers to dig out the golden sand and drilled into it. This kind of momentum was too terrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The low and oppressive atmosphere made more demonic beasts hiding under the golden sand feel uncomfortable. They drilled out one after another. As a result, they were all trembling in fear. Some of the more powerful ones were able to drill back in. Although it was very uncomfortable, it was better than being exposed to the air. However, most of the weaker ones were unable to move under this terrifying pressure. Then, their souls dissipated and they turned into corpses. Corpses were everywhere. A mighty rumbling sound resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading for thousands of miles. Many martial artists in the distance turned their heads to look when they heard this depressing sound that sounded like the roar of a demon god. However, they were too far away, so they could only see a dark mass of darkness. What happened? Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Whenever a special treasure appeared, it would be accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. It was reasonable for people to think this way. Immediately, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Some of them quickly rushed over, while others returned to their respective forces to report this matter. For a moment, a storm was brewing. The change was still the same. It was as if there was an invisible giant between heaven and earth. He was using his incomparably strong body and powerful arms to pull the world of nothingness through the invisible demonic god chains, making it descend onto the golden sand. The rumbling sound was endless. The terrifying pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The golden sand caved in, forming a huge oval shape that was more than 1,000 miles wide. The corpses of the demonic beasts were also crushed into powder under this terrifying pressure. They sank into the golden sand and were completely buried. Not long after, streaks of light tore through the sky and flew over from all directions at an astonishing speed. After flying far away, they landed on the ground and then flew up again. When they got close to a certain range, they felt the terrifying pressure. The streaks of light all stopped and landed on the ground, revealing figures. The auras around them were extremely powerful. They were all extreme mortal powerhouses. This group of extreme mortal powerhouses from different prefectures all stared ahead. They could vaguely see an oval arc of light in the air. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The outline. Immediately, all the extreme mortal powerhouses stared blankly at it. What a powerful aura. What is that? At this moment, two figures flashed over from afar like ghosts. They carried an extremely powerful aura. That's right, they flashed. In one breath, they were still hundreds of thousands of meters away. In the next breath, they were already hundreds of thousands of meters away. It was as if the ground had been shortened under their feet. These two figures were extremely fast. They were many times faster than the extreme mortal powerhouses from before. They also carried an extremely powerful aura. As soon as they appeared, the faces of the limitless mortal realm powerhouses changed drastically. They were all extremely respectful, and their postures were extremely humble. One of them was a middle-aged man with white hair and crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. He gave off an aura of vicissitudes. The other was an old man with white hair and a beard. The two of them had come from different directions and had noticed each other at the same time. They nodded at each other in greeting, and then their gazes landed on the silhouette. Their eyes showed a trace of seriousness, and they ignored the group of extreme mortal stage warriors who were respectfully greeting them. Because these two were even more powerful than the extreme mortal powerhouses. They were earthly spirit powerhouses. In front of them, the extreme mortal powerhouses were no different from ants. Just the aura that they emitted was enough to suppress them. Many of the extreme mortal powerhouses also recognized these two earthly spirit powerhouses. One was a powerhouse from the Wanluo sect, and the other was a powerhouse from the imperial family. After 30 years, the Sky Cloud Secret Land has appeared again. That's right, another opportunity. The two earthly spirit powerhouses spoke one after another. Immediately, the extreme mortal powerhouses knew what had happened. The Sky Cloud Secret Land. The Sky Cloud Secret Land had appeared again. This world was vast and boundless. It contained countless mysteries. There were many small worlds attached to this world, and the Secret Land was one of them. Some secret lands were born naturally, while others were created by humans. Usually, they were hidden in the void. Only under certain circumstances would they appear. In some mystic realms, there were all kinds of treasures, but there were also mystic realms that were barren. The Tianyun Secret Land had appeared 30 years ago. It was also located in this desert. It was said that it had been created by an expert a long, long time ago. There were countless heavenly treasures in it. Moreover, it also contained many opportunities and inheritances. The group of people who had entered the Sky Cloud Secret Land 30 years ago had all come out alive. They had all obtained good opportunities, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Their strength had also become more powerful. All in all, the appearance of the Sky Cloud Secret Land meant that a great opportunity was coming. And this opportunity belonged to the three mansions and the imperial family. No one from the other mansions could interfere. After all, the Sky Cloud Secret Land was located at the intersection of the three mansions. If the sect and the imperial family of the three mansions deliberately blocked the news, it would take a long time for the news to spread to the other mansions. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. After confirming that the Sky Cloud Secret Land had appeared, the two earthly spirit powerhouses quickly left. Then, the extreme mortal powerhouses also quickly left and returned to their respective sects. This great opportunity had to be fought for, and they had to fight for it as soon as possible. With the arrival and departure of the group of Transcendents, the news spread to every sect and sect in the three mansions. Immediately, every sect and sect took action to select the right people to enter the Sky Cloud Secret Land. In a chapter. Chapter 458. Wanluo Prefecture, Tianjiang Prefecture, Baoshan Prefecture. All the sect ranks in the three prefectures called for an emergency meeting. The imperial family experts in the three prefectures also called for an emergency meeting. The others did not know about it, because the news was blocked by the sect ranks. The secret land of Tianyun was indeed a great opportunity, but it was also limited. The more people knew about it, the more people would fight for it, and the smaller the chances and rewards would be. Without the strength and background of sect, one was not qualified to participate. In the Zhonghan Sword Hall of the Zhonghan Sword Sect, the sect master sat at the head of the hall. On his left and right were four intersect elders. As for Yuan Lingzi, he usually did not participate in the discussion. He was in a semi-secluded state. The appearance of the secret land of Tianyun is a big deal, but according to the past, only those in the martial realm can enter. However, if their cultivation is too low, they will not be able to gain anything. At least LV7 of the martial realm. The fourth elder said, "It's not that simple. The secret land of Tianyun also has a quota limit." The first elder said slowly, "I just don't know how many quotas we will get this time." Every secret land had a limit. When a number of people who entered exceeded the limit, it would put a burden on the secret land. When the burden increased, the secret land would close early or even collapse. 30 years ago, the Zhonghan Sword Sect had gotten 5 quotas. It was unknown whether they would get 5 this time. It couldn't be helped. The Unhindered Sword Sect was indeed very powerful compared to most of the other forces. It could be considered a giant. However, it was still a low-grade sect. There were 3 other low-grade sects in the entire Tianjiang prefecture. Among them, the Tianshui sect was even more powerful than the Unhindered Sword sect. 30 years ago, the Tianshui sect had gotten 6 quotas. Like the Zhonghan Sword sect, the Xinjiang sect, and the Ao Mei Villa had gotten 5 quotas. As for how the quotas were distributed and who distributed them, it was naturally the Wanluo sect and the imperial family. In this world, the weak had no right to speak. It was the same everywhere. Unranked forces had no right to speak in front of the Reigning Sword sect. Similarly, a low-ranked sect like the Reigning Sword sect had no right to speak in front of the Wanluo sect and the imperial family. Of course, these low-tier sects were more or less ranked forces, so the 10,000 Sifting sect and the imperial family did not dare to go too far, lest they cause a backlash. Thus, some quotas were necessary, but the majority of the quotas were in their hands. The number of quotas would be allocated according to the overall strength of the sect. Based on previous years, we should be able to get 5 spots. So who should we give those 5 spots to? Asked Lin Zhonghan. The 4 elders fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, it was only natural to send the most talented and powerful members of the sect, preferably those at the pseudo-transcendent realm. However, those who had reached the pseudo-transcendent realm were no longer young and could no longer be considered part of the younger generation. Generally speaking, their potential had basically been exhausted, and the opportunities inside the sealed world were often obtained by them, but the effects were usually quite mediocre. It was also recorded in the ancient records that the heavenly cloud-sealed realm did not help a pseudo-transcendent break through to the transcendent realm. If a sect wanted to exist for a long time, the cultivation of the younger generation's genius disciples was a must. Therefore, although there was no age limit for entering the heavenly cloud-sealed realm, the 10,000 Sifting sect, the imperial family, and the other low-tier sects had negotiated and agreed that only the disciples of the sect could enter, and they had to be first-grade geniuses. On the other hand, there were many dangers inside the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. The slightest carelessness could lead to death, and there were also casualties in the competition between the disciples of different sects. If the most talented and promising disciples of the sect were allowed to enter, what if they were not careful? Wouldn't that be a heavy loss? However, if the most talented and promising disciples were not allowed to enter, wouldn't they lose some opportunities? This was a difficult dilemma, and it was difficult to choose. Elders, do you have a suitable candidate? Lin Zhonghan asked again. It was difficult for him to make a choice because there were more than 5 disciples in the Unhindered Sword sect who were qualified to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. So who should they choose? It was both an opportunity and a danger. Should we give Chunzong a place? The 4th elder asked. Chunzong's talent and potential are the best in our sword sect. There is no doubt about that. If he gains something in the heavenly cloud-sealed realm, his growth will be faster, the 3rd elder said. But he may also encounter dangers that he can't fight against. The 2nd elder put forward a different opinion. I believe that the Xinjiang sect and the other sects will target Chunzong. The heavenly cloud-sealed realm is both a danger and an opportunity. I think it's inevitable for a genius to experience danger if he wants to grow better. Maybe this time we don't let Chunzong enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. It can protect him to a certain extent, but it may also cause him to fall behind others. The 1st elder said unhurriedly, moreover, Chunzong will always leave the sect to gain experience in the future, and he will also encounter all kinds of dangers. Chunzong is different from others. He is very opinionated. We can tell him this and let him make his own choice, Lin Zhonghan said after thinking for a while. I guess Chunzong will choose to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. Then there will be 4 places left. Yuxie should enter. Zuoshanmei should also enter. In addition to the Xinjiang sword sect, the other sects also chose their disciples to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm according to the number of places they had in the past. The heavenly cloud-sealed realm? Chunzong thought. The 3rd elder also told Chunzong all kinds of information about the heavenly cloud-sealed realm in detail, so that Chunzong could have a more intuitive understanding of it. At the same time, he also explained the possible dangers clearly so that Chunzong could make a better judgment. How can I miss such a good opportunity? I'll enter, Chunzong said without hesitation after hearing the third elder's words. I knew you would choose, the third elder said with a smile, like an old urchin. A sharp sound tore through the sky and washed the 9 heavens. Immediately, 2 huge figures soared into the sky, as if 2 wisps of golden flames were burning the sky. They were the golden flame, swift shadow cranes of the Jinyang sword sect. There were 2 of them in total. The first gold flame, swift shadow crane carried 3 people, while the second gold flame, swift shadow crane carried 4 people. The first elder, Zhua Shanmei, and Chunzong rode the first golden flame, swift shadow crane, while the second elder, Lin Yuye, and 2 other core disciples of the Jinyang sword sect rode the second golden flame, swift shadow crane. They were the disciples who were going to the desert to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. As for the first elder and the second elder, they were escorting them. In addition to Lin Yuye, Zhuoshan Mei, and Chunzong, the other 2 disciples were the geniuses in the first camp. They were called Liang Yuanxiu and Lung Yufeng. Both of them were at the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They were quite strong. The golden flame, swift shadow cranes were extremely fast. As they flew at an altitude of several thousand meters, the fierce wind blew, but it was blocked by the power of the 2 elders. It didn't affect Chunzong and the others in the slightest. This was Chunzong's second time riding a golden flame, swift shadow crane. The feeling of flying at such a high altitude was very wonderful. When he lowered his head slightly, he could see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Involuntarily, Chunzong once again had the idea of flying like a bird. First elder, do you think a cultivator can fly like a bird? Chunzong asked. Yes. The first elder's answer immediately made Zhuoshan Mei, and Chunzong's eyes widened in surprise. The Qi and Blood Realm, Energy Refining Realm, and Genuine Martial Realm are all basic realms. The Transcendent Realm is the realm of the strong. However, the Extreme Mortal Realm is only the bottom of the Transcendent Realm. The first elder smiled and said, it is said that when one breaks through to the Earth Spirit Realm, one can master an ability called Earth Shrink. Earth Shrink. Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It's as if the end of the world is just a foot away. With one step, it's as if 1,000 miles of land has shrunk into an inch, easily traversable. The first elder smiled and said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei were even more shocked. To shrink the earth into inches, 1,000 miles of land shrunk into an inch and could be easily traversed. What kind of peerless ability was this? It was simply unimaginable. And it is said that when one reaches the profound sky realm, one can fly. The first elder's words once again shocked Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei. Humans could really fly in the air like birds. Profound sky realm for the first time, Chunzong's heart was filled with an incomparably strong desire to reach the profound sky realm. Train well. Perhaps one day in the future, you'll be able to reach the Earth Spirit Realm or even the Sky Profound Realm. The first elder smiled as he looked at Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei with eyes full of encouragement. If an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator was born among the disciples of the Reigning Sword sect, then the strength of the Reigning Sword sect would become even stronger and return to being a middle-ranked sect. If a profound Sky Realm cultivator was born, then the Reigning Sword sect would have a chance to surpass its peak and become an upper-ranked sect. However, that was too difficult. Since the ancient times, there had been so many talented people who had no hope of reaching the Earth Spirit Realm, not to mention the profound Sky Realm. Just the 9th level of the Extreme Mortal Realm alone had blocked the path of so many geniuses. However, Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei, who did not know how difficult it was, were filled with lofty sentiments. Even though it was a mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see, they still wanted to climb it until the end so that they could see the sky. The first elder naturally saw the fighting spirit and lofty aspirations in the two's eyes. He smiled slightly. Young people should have the drive and momentum to pursue a higher goal. Even if they couldn't reach it in the end, at least they would give it their all and wouldn't regret it. Moreover, they might have a chance to succeed. The two golden flame, swift shadow cranes were extremely fast. They flew across thousands of miles of land. Not long after, they saw other figures. Their bodies emitted an icy aura, and their three long tails swayed in the air like ribbons. This was the 9th-level demonic beast of the proud May Villa, the three-feathered Isolon. Compared to the reigning sword sect, the proud May Villa was closer to the desert. There were a total of 7 people on the backs of the two three-feathered Isolons. 2 of them were the extreme mortal realm elders of the proud May Villa, while the other 5 were the genius disciples of the proud May Villa. On the back of one of the three-feathered Isolon, there was a young man in white, standing tall with an outstanding bearing. Chapter 459. His face was as clear as jade, and his skin was as cold as snow. He was a man, but he had a face that would make many women envious. The cold aura around him added to his unique temperament. One of the 5 heavenly prides, Proud Snow, Cold Plum Blossom, Mei Luoqing. Mei Luoqing's long and narrow eyes glanced over and made contact with Lin Yuya. Invisible electric arcs seemed to jump in the void. The 5 heavenly prides belonged to the same level, and they were each other's biggest competitors. One after another, flying demonic beasts flew towards the desert from all directions. The endurance of the 9th-grade monsters was amazing. They could carry people for several days and nights without any problems. However, in the sky, they might encounter some natural dangers. For example, right now, an extremely strong wind was blowing. It was like an invisible blade that was crazily cutting at them, cutting countless ripples in the protective barrier that the elders had set up. This kind of blade-like wind was very powerful. It was enough to seriously injure a pseudo-transcendent. A true martial realm cultivator would be killed instantly. Without the protection of the 2 elders, Chunzong and the other 4 probably wouldn't have survived. Of course, if it weren't for the 2 elders, they wouldn't have had the chance to reach such a high altitude. After crossing 1,000 miles of wind, before they could take a breather, there was a deafening roar that made Chunzong and the other 4's scalps tingle. Raising their heads, they saw dark clouds that were incomparably thick. They could even see streaks of scarlet electric arcs jumping within the dark clouds like pythons. The aura they emitted was ferocious and violent, containing a terrifying destructive power. When the power descended, it made Chunzong and the other 4 feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they would be destroyed at any moment. This is the extreme breaking red thunder. The powerful extreme breaking red thunder can kill people of the extreme realm. The great elder said with a dignified face, but the power of the extreme breaking red thunder here is relatively ordinary. As he spoke, a scarlet lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, tore through the dark clouds. It broke through the sky with a terrible momentum, as if it could destroy all life. Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei were suffocating. The great elder looked up and pointed his finger. When a finger fell on Chunzong and Zhuoshan Mei's eyes, it was like a giant sword tearing the sky apart and turning it into chaos. Under this finger, the scarlet lightning was hit and instantly shattered. The terrifying momentum was like a landslide or a tidal wave. Powerful energy surged out, turning into layers of intense ripples that spread out forcefully, as if a layer of the sky was being shaved off. Countless red electric arcs swayed in all directions, and each one of them carried a terrifying power that was enough to kill a true martial realm cultivator. The second elder was also attacked by the extreme breaking red lightning. Fortunately, it wasn't very strong, and he was able to withstand it. In the end, the great elder and the second elders had to pull out their long swords. The great elder's sword was a low-grade spiritual weapon, and it was very powerful. Under the sword art, it shattered the extreme breaking red thunder one by one. The second elder was much weaker, and he was under more pressure because his cultivation was not as high as the great elders. In addition, the sword he used was a third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, which was not as powerful as a low-grade spiritual weapon. Fortunately, the power of the extreme breaking red thunder was limited, and the second elder could barely resist it. If it were the third elder or the fourth elder, it would be more troublesome. This minefield stretched for hundreds of miles, and it was enough to become a dangerous place for many people. After passing through the minefield, the first elder and the second elder heaved a sigh of relief, especially the second elder, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "It's safer now." The great elder smiled. Chunzong and the other four were greatly impacted. The pressure was real, and it directly affected their spirit. Fortunately, they were all super geniuses, and their spirit wills were very strong, so they could resist it. After resisting it, the benefits would gradually appear, and that was their spirit wills would be tempered. Although it sounded good, it was extremely dangerous. If they couldn't resist it, their spirit wills would be damaged, and then they would collapse. After flying for a long time, Chunzong and the others finally saw darkness, as if it had descended into this world. It was low and oppressive, as if it was going to collapse the earth. Vaguely, they could see a vast arc outline. At first glance, Chunzong and the others felt that it was endless. "That's the secret realm of Tianyin," the great elder said with a bit of fanaticism. Chunzong and the others focused on it. It was only an outline, but it made them feel that it was infinitely high, and it brought an unparalleled impact on their spirit. When the gold flame's swift shadow crane landed, Chunzong and the others also jumped down from its back. Before them, there were others who had arrived first. The arrival of Chunzong and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Many people glanced at them, and each gaze was overbearing, sharp, and feminine, but they all seemed to be substantial, and they brought a lot of pressure. Chunzong and the others were already mentally prepared for this. After all, the people who were going to enter the secret realm of Tianyin were all carefully selected geniuses. Each of them had extraordinary talent and potential, and their cultivations were at least at LV7 of the true martial realm. Their strength was even more powerful than that of ordinary LV9 of the true martial realm. For example, the Zonghing Sword Sect had a 3-star battle strength. Of course, whether Chunzong had a 3-star battle strength or not, only Chunzong knew. As for Lin Yuye, he had a 4-star battle strength. If the Zonghing Sword Sect was so strong, the other sects would not be inferior. "Lin Yuye, you're here too," a young man in a light blue robe said. His eyes were clear and deep, and his face was gentle. His body was filled with a simple and bright aura. There were countless ripples on his light blue robe. When the wind blew, the ripples were like water, and his whole person seemed to be floating in the water. At first glance, it seemed like he was floating in the water. At second glance, it seemed like he was surrounded by an invisible sea that could set off a 100-zhang tall wave at any time. "Mu Qianhua, you're here too." Lin Yuye's eyes flashed as he smiled. Heavenly Water young master Mu Qianhua, the leader of the 5 great geniuses. Chunzong and the others also looked at Mu Qianhua's face, sizing him up. No wonder he was the leader of the 5 great geniuses. His aura was extraordinary. As usual, there were 6 people from the Heavenly Water sect, but Bailu Li Xinran, who was also a genius, was not among them. No one knew why she did not come. The other 5 were all in the LV8 genuine force realm. They were all geniuses in the Tianjiang Prefecture's front line. Immediately, a cold gaze swept over and fell on Chunzong's face, as if it wanted to freeze Chunzong. "You're Chunzong. You think you can compete with the frontline geniuses just because you defeated 1 or 2 geniuses?" The tall and thin disciple of the Heavenly Water sect said in a cold voice. Chunzong looked at him and did not answer. It was not that he did not dare, but that he did not want to answer. He ignored him. "Zongheng Sword-san, right? I heard you're very arrogant, but it's hard to meet you." Another disciple of the Heavenly Water sect said, mocking him, "Since Chunzong defeated Li Xiaoyan, Many people of the Heavenly Water sect have been hostile to Chunzong. Some of them even thought that if they had the chance, they would teach Chunzong a lesson. Now that Chunzong was in front of them, of course they would not be polite. Although they could not fight directly, they could still mock him verbally. "I'm arrogant, so I'm here. What does it have to do with you?" Chunzong replied in a neutral tone, instantly infuriating the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect. Even the Heavenly Water young master, Mu Qianhua, frowned slightly. His eyes carried a cold glint as they pierced through the air and landed on Chunzong's body, causing Chunzong's body to tense up as if he was enveloped by countless cold qi. "Whether my sword son is arrogant or not, it really has nothing to do with you," Lin Yuya said. His sharp eyes met Mu Qianhua's gaze, instantly canceling out Mu Qianhua's aura. "But you guys are angry because Li Shaoyan was defeated by my Chenshiti's sword." This sentence made the people of the Heavenly Water sect even angrier. "Lay down the line." Zhuo Mei took a step forward and unsheathed her sword. A blinding light shone, and a cold and sharp aura filled the air. The disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect are very arrogant. The chubby elder Jia of the Heavenly Water sect narrowed his eyes. His eyes emitted a dangerous light. No matter how arrogant they are not as arrogant as the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect. The second elder of the Unhindered Sword sect chuckled and said coldly, "I think you people of the Unhindered Sword sect are the ones who are the most arrogant." Another voice sounded, and a strong aura filled the air. The people of the True Yang sect had arrived. The two elders of the True Yang sect arrived with 5 disciples. Their gazes swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lin Yuya and Chunzong. The leader of the 5 disciples was Xingyangzi Gujiang, one of the 5 heavenly legends. He was tall and muscular, with a resolute face that looked as if it had been carved by a knife or an axe. He wore a golden red feathered crown on his head, a fiery red battle robe embroidered with golden flame patterns, and a pair of golden red combat shoes with dragon engravings on them. He looked like a flaming war god. Gujiang's eyes first landed on Lin Yuya's face. There seemed to be a layer of red light in his eyes, and when his gaze swept past, it landed on Chunzong's face. A terrifying heat washed over him, as if it wanted to burn Chunzong to ashes. Lin Ye snorted coldly and blocked the aura in Gujiang's eyes, not letting Chunzong be affected in the slightest. In an instant, the people of the Unhindered Sword sect were targeted by the Heavenly Water sect and the True Yang sect. Ao Mei Villa, who had already arrived, stood not far away, as if it had nothing to do with them. After all, Chunzong did not challenge the people of Ao Mei Villa, and there was no conflict between Ao Mei Villa and the Unhindered Sword sect. Seeing that the Heavenly Water sect and the True Yang sect were constantly putting pressure on the Unhindered Sword sect, the first elder of Ao Mei Villa finally spoke, his voice as sharp as a cold knife. "If there is any conflict, leave it to be resolved internally. Don't let the people of the other prefectures see you as a joke." Hearing this, the people of the Heavenly Water sect, the True Yang sect, and the Unhindered Sword sect were startled at first, but then they retracted their aura. This was because they all noticed that the other sect from the other prefectures were looking at them with playful eyes. They all seemed to be taking pleasure in their misfortune. It was obvious that they wanted to see a conflict or even a big fight. Chapter 460. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. In fact, a sect could be divided into many small groups, and there would be competition between them. When facing other sects, these small groups would often spontaneously unite to face the outside world. When these sects met a foreign sect, even if they didn't unite, they would at least temporarily stop their conflicts. Aside from the 4 major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture, Baoshan Prefecture and Wanluo Prefecture sect had also arrived. Unlike Tianjiang Prefecture, Baoshan Prefecture only had 2 major sects, the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect. It could be seen that aside from the extreme Mortal Realm warriors, there were more than 10 disciples from the Precious Elephant sect and 9 from the Ancient Mountain sect. From this point alone, one could see how powerful these two sects were. At least, they were much stronger than any of the four major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture. The Precious Elephant Sect, the Ancient Mountain Sect, and the Royal Family are sharing the resources of Baoshan Prefecture. Among them, the Precious Elephant Sect is slightly stronger than the Ancient Mountain Sect. The second elder said in a low voice, full of fear. It couldn't be helped. The person with the highest cultivation in the Reigning Sword Sect was the founding elder Yuan Lingzi, who was at the fourth level of the extreme mortal realm. The strongest in the Tianshui sect was at the fifth level of the extreme mortal realm. The strongest in the Ancient Mountain sect was at the seventh level of the extreme mortal realm, while the strongest in the Precious Elephant sect was at the eighth level of the extreme mortal realm. In the extreme mortal realm, the difference in strength between each level was very obvious, which made it even harder to fight against those with higher levels. Whether it was the Ancient Mountain sect or the Precious Elephant sect, they both had the power to crush the four major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture. Tianjiang Prefecture has 5 prodigies, but Baoshan Prefecture has the 4 divisions and 3 mountains. Lin Yuye said in a serious tone, Mu Qianhua once fought with the mountain-shaking elephant Luo Tianba of the 4 divisions and 3 mountains, and was at a disadvantage. The mountain-shaking elephant is ranked 3rd among the 4 divisions and 3 mountains. 4 divisions and 3 mountains, Shenzong said in a low voice. This represented 7 people, the strongest of the 7 Baoshan Prefecture's younger generation, just like the Tianjiang Prefecture's prodigies. However, Heavenly Water young master Mu Qianhua's strength was publicly recognized as the strongest of the 5 great prodigies, yet he was unable to defeat the 3rd ranked of the 4 symbols 3 mountains. He was even at a slight disadvantage, which was enough to show the strength of the 4 symbols 3 mountains. It is said that the heaven-raising elephant Hong Wanjun, the head of the 4 symbols and 3 mountains, has a battle prowess that surpasses the 4-star level. Lin Yuye continued, causing Chun Zong and the others to be even more shocked. The star level of the true martial realm was even stricter than the Qi refining realm. 4-star battle prowess was already very impressive, but surpassing it was even more shocking. Of course, there were many martial artists who had been in the true martial realm for many years. They had accumulated a lot of experience and had many tricks up their sleeves. Their fighting strength was often very high, but there were relatively few of them in the younger generation. Eldest senior brother, have the 4 divisions and 3 mountains all come? Lung Yufeng asked, his sharp gaze sweeping over. No, the number 1 heaven-raising elephant Hong Wanjun and the number 2 cloud-piercing mountain Gu Pingxiao didn't come. The other 5 are here. Lin Yuye said, look at that person wearing a navy blue battle robe. It's mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba. Luo Tianba's figure was tall and strong. His body seemed to contain an astonishing amount of power. Once it erupted, it seemed to be able to shake a mountain. Then there was cloud-piercing mountains Du Hongqi, who was ranked 4th. His figure was a little short and his appearance was ordinary, but his eyes contained an incomparably sharp light, as if they could pierce through everything. Luo Yun Mountain's Du Hongyuan was ranked 5th. He was Du Hongqi's brother. Whether it was their appearance or figure, they were 60 to 70% similar. The 6th was mountain-shaking elephant Wei Yizhong. His arms were much longer than a normal person's, just like a big ape. The 7th was the water-overturning elephant Wei Hai. On his bald head, there was a shocking scar. In addition to these 5 young experts who were comparable to the 5 heavens prides, the other disciples of the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect were all at least in the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm. One of them had even reached the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. As his understanding of cultivation increased, Shenzong already knew that in order to be ranked as a heaven's pride, one did not have to reach the 9th level of the true martial realm within the age limit. That was only a basic condition. The final deciding factor was one's combat strength. A heaven's pride meant that one had to at least have a 4-star combat strength within the age limit. to the disciples of the precious elephant sect and the ancient mountain sect, the four major sects of the Tianjiang prefecture were competitors. Therefore, they did not hide their hostility at all. On the other side was the Wanluo prefecture sect. The Wanluo prefecture got its name from the Wanluo sect. In a sense, the Wanluo sect was the most powerful sect in the Wanluo prefecture. They directly ruled nearly half of the Wanluo prefecture's land and resources. The rest of the land belonged to the imperial family and two other lower sects. Green Caltrip sect, Een Sifting sect. The Green Caltrip sect was a sect dominated by women. From the sect leader to the elders to the disciples, 80% of them were women. The Een Sifting sect was a subsidiary sect of the Wanluo sect. It was founded by an elder of the Wanluo sect. There were no heaven's prides, or the four symbols and three mountains in the Wanluo prefecture. There was only the Wanluo ranking. The Wanluo ranking was led by the Wanluo sect. It specifically recorded the geniuses of a younger generation, including the disciples of the Wanluo sect and the imperial family. There were a total of 100 names on the Wanluo ranking. The 1st to 10th on the Wanluo ranking were all heaven's prides in the Tianjiang prefecture. The 11th to the 30th were in the second row. They corresponded to the geniuses in the first row of the Tianjiang prefecture. The 31st to the 60th row corresponded to the geniuses in the second row. The 61st to the 100th row corresponded to the geniuses in the third row. However, the Wanluo sect was a middle sect. Whether it was in terms of foundation or strength, they were far superior to the lower sects. Therefore, their disciples were often more outstanding. The Green Caltrip sect and the Een Sifting sect were slightly weaker than the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect. However, they were slightly stronger than the four major sects in the Tianjiang prefecture. Therefore, their disciples were often more outstanding than the disciples of the four major sects in the Tianjiang prefecture. This kind of excellence indirectly contributed to the strength of the geniuses on the Wanluo ranking. They were often more powerful than the heaven's prides and the geniuses in the first, second, and third rows. Lin Yuye was very familiar with the Wanluo ranking. He pointed out the geniuses in the Wanluo prefecture's sect camp one by one for Chunzong and the others to remember. At this moment, a few different but extremely powerful auras swept over from afar. They were rapidly approaching and suffocating everyone. A loud roar shattered the sky as the suffocating aura rushed over. In the west, a huge silver figure was meandering in the sky. It was as if it was riding on the clouds. It was a silver dragon that was dozens of meters long. It had a ferocious appearance and a body that was shining with silver light. It made everyone's pupils contract and their hearts beat wildly. Silver light heavenly dragon. It's someone from the imperial family. In the Longtu region, only the imperial family used dragons and dragons. Only the imperial family dared to use them. It wasn't that the other sect didn't have the strength, but that they were restricted. An old man stood on the back of the silver light heavenly dragon. The aura he exuded was boundless. He was an earth spirit realm cultivator. There were 15 people behind the old man. They were the young geniuses of the imperial family. The leader wore a long golden robe with a dragon pattern embroidered on it. He wore a dragon feather crown on his head. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. It was as if he could dominate everything. His aura was extremely powerful. It spread out as if he wanted to suppress all the geniuses. He was the best of the generation. Mu Qianhua, Lin Yuye, Gu Jiang, Mei Luoqing, and the others all had serious expressions. They all felt a fatal threat from this person. Chunzong's senses were sharp. He also felt a strong enough fatal threat from this person. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. This person's battle strength might have surpassed the 4-star realm. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Such a terrifying person had come to the Sky Cloud secret realm. The competition would undoubtedly be many times more intense. At this moment, a ruthless gaze swept over. Chunzong met it. It was Long Xiaojun. It seems that even the heavens have destined you to die by my hands. Long Xiaojuan's lips moved slightly. His voice sounded in Chunzong's ears. Long Xiaojun had already ordered his subordinates to find some people who walked in the shadows. However, Chunzong had been staying in the Reigning Sword sect and couldn't find a chance to make a move. He didn't expect Chunzong to enter the Sky Cloud secret realm. This way, he didn't need the assassin to kill him. Not only could he kill Chunzong personally, but he could also save a large amount of spirit shells. It was killing two birds with one stone. Most importantly, he could kill Chunzong with his own hands. Chunzong only smiled. With his current strength, he might not be Long Xiaojuan's opponent. The Silver Light Heavenly Dragon's aura was very powerful. The Gold Flame Swift Shadow Crane and the other demonic beasts all shrank back and didn't dare to move. After all, the Gold Flame Swift Shadow Crane and the other demonic beasts were only low-grade level 9, while the Silver Light Heavenly Dragon was high-grade level 9. The difference was very obvious. At this moment, on the other side, a black shadow covered the sky with a monstrous aura. It was a huge demonic beast that was pitch black but covered with blood-red lines. It looked like a bat. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters long. Blood-marked black demon bat. The Wanluo sect is here too. As soon as the blood-marked black demon bat arrived, the Silver Light Heavenly Dragon let out a threatening roar. The blood-marked black demon bat didn't back down and let out a sharp cry. The sound was like a demonic sound that pierced one's eardrums. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into one's brain and twisting it, giving one a splitting headache. Immediately, the old man and the middle-aged man on the back of the blood-marked black demon bat trembled slightly. A terrifying aura swept out, silencing the Silver Light Heavenly Dragon and the blood-marked black demon bat. 16 people jumped off the back of the blood-marked black demon bat. One of them was an earthly spirit realm expert, and the other 15 were the genius disciples of the Wanluo sect who were going to enter the heavenly cloud secret area. Each of them was emitting a shocking aura. The weakest of them was at the late stage of LV8 True Martial Realm. 5 of them had even reached LV9 True Martial Realm. Junior brothers and sisters, if you meet that person, run as far as you can, Lin Yuye said in a dignified tone. Chunzong and the others followed Lin Yuye's line of sight and saw a young man in a loose black robe with ghost-like patterns. The man's face was gloomy and his eyes were vicious. The corners of his eyes seemed to be filled with blood-red light. His body was surrounded by a terrifying, murderous aura. No one knew how much blood was on his hands. Chapter 461. A mountain of corpses and a river of blood rushed towards them. The thick smell of blood rushed into their nostrils and seeped into their chests. The shocking murderous intent caused their pores to open and their hairs to stand on end. The second elder snorted softly, but it was like a thunderous roar that exploded in everyone's ears and woke them up. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in front of them suddenly disappeared. Everyone's faces turned pale and their hearts trembled. It was too terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make them feel that way. For a moment, Chunzong and the others were filled with fear towards this person. Just as senior brother Lin Yuye had said, they had to run as far as they could if they met this person. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed. Very few people know his real name. I'm not sure either. Lin Yuye's tone was very serious as he transmitted his voice to Chunzong and the others. I only know that this person is called Underworld Raven. It said that he had a rough life and was abandoned when he was young. He hated the world and was lucky enough to enter the Sifting sect. With his outstanding talent and ruthless methods, he then entered the Wanluo sect and is now ranked 3rd on the Wanluo ranking. It's said that his battle strength has surpassed the 4-star realm. His killing intent is very strong. Among everyone here, Underworld Raven and that person's battle strength is the strongest. We can't afford to provoke them. Lin Yuye concluded. That person was the young man from the Imperial family who wore a golden dragon robe. Chunzong and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. This trip to the Sky Cloud secret realm would be more dangerous than they had imagined. The competition would also be more intense. Remember, no matter what, you must protect yourselves. The first elder's voice sounded. His tone was very serious as he said, "It doesn't matter even if you don't get anything, because being alive is the greatest reward." As time passed, the silhouette in the sky became clearer and clearer. Under the dark clouds, it was as if a small transparent world had descended. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. It was so dense that it was frightening. The spiritual energy seemed to have turned into pale dragons as they converged. Countless rays of light spread out from the sky, cloud, secret realm, and intertwined with the pale dragons formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They turned into 7-colored dragons that danced in the sky. Everyone was immediately immersed in this incomparably brilliant scene as they exclaimed endlessly in amazement. Even the 2 Earth Spirit Realm practitioners were the same. It was incomparably beautiful. A vast and mighty aura swept through the heavens and the earth. An invisible yet substantial pressure covered the heavens and the earth, yet it didn't cause anyone to feel uncomfortable. As the hundreds of 7-colored flood dragons danced in the air, they gradually formed a long passageway. The passageway was like a winding dragon. The head of the dragon was connected to the desert, and the tail was connected to the heaven cloud secret land. At the 7-colored dragon's tail, a spot of light bloomed and spread out, forming a 10-meter-tall door of light. "You may enter now." The Earth Spirit Realm expert of the dragon diagram, Imperial family, spoke. Immediately, the Imperial family members behind him, led by the young man in the golden flood dragon robe, moved and landed on the rainbow dragon's head like a dragon in the sky. They ran on the rainbow dragon's winding body and flew towards the door of light of the sky cloud's secret realm. The disciples of the 10,000 sifting sect reacted very quickly as well. With the underworld raven in the lead, they led a group of disciples and quickly leaped onto the head of the 7-colored colossal dragon. The rainbow dragon was thousands of meters long and dozens of meters wide. It could accommodate many people at the same time. "Go. Remember to protect yourself," the first elder said. "Junior brothers and sisters, let's go." Lin Yuye took the lead. His body was like a sword light that pierced through the air and landed on the rainbow dragon's head. After Lin Yuye, Chunzong and the other 3 also landed on the rainbow dragon's head. Chunzong suddenly felt that the underside of his feet was soft, yet tough. A strong suction force acted on his feet and spread throughout his body through his feet, making it difficult for him to escape. Chunzong finally understood why those people didn't just fly through the air. It was because the rainbow dragon's strength was so strong that they could only run on it. His true qi surged, and Chunzong used his movement technique. He quickly moved forward. For a moment, a total of 70 geniuses ran on the rainbow dragon's back, quickly heading towards the door of light. The rainbow dragon's body wasn't straight. Its back was wriggling, moving up and down. Because of the strong suction force, the people running on it also moved up and down. The powerful youth from the royal family and underworld raven from the Wanluo sect were running side by side. The 2 of them had different movement techniques. The royal family youth's movement technique had a kind of domineering aura, as if he was the ruler of the world. Everything in front of him had to bow down and retreat. Underworld raven's movement technique gave people a sharp feeling, as if everything in front of him would be torn apart. The murderous aura was extremely heavy. The 2 of them seemed to be competing with each other. They quickly approached the door of light and then disappeared into it at the same time. After that, the royal family's disciples and Wanluo sect's disciples also approached. However, some disciples from the Precious Elephant sect and Ancient Mountain sect also approached. In addition, some disciples from the Green Chestnut sect and Een Sifting sect also approached. All 6 parties wanted to enter the secret territory as soon as possible and started competing with each other. The disciples from the 4 sects of Tianjiang Prefecture lagged behind the rest because their overall strength was the weakest. Even the publicly recognized leader of the five great prodigies, young Master Tianshui, Mu Qianhua, paled in comparison. Get lost. The mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, spread out his hands and then pushed them to both sides. It was as if he was pushing two mountains away. The tyrannical strength was unstoppable. It directly pushed the two people who didn't belong to the precious elephant sect away. The unparalleled strength almost caused the two to fall off the rainbow dragon's body. The precious elephant sect was different from other sects. They had both chi and body cultivation. They had their own unique points in body cultivation. Therefore, every disciple of the precious elephant sect had a profound body cultivation base. This was also the reason why they were stronger than other ordinary cultivators. The disciples from the six parties were in a chaotic battle. The tyrannical energy waves made the people from the four sects of Tianjiang Prefecture stop in their tracks. If they continued to move forward, they would be affected. This kind of battle was considered a normal battle. The extreme mortal realm and earth spirit realm cultivators below the rainbow dragon would not interfere. Suddenly, Shenzong's body flashed. A palm wind swept past from the side. It was a disciple from the True Sun sect. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to knock Shenzong down from the rainbow dragon. He didn't expect Shenzong to be so alert and avoid it. Not only did Shenzong avoid it, but he also pulled out his long sword and attacked. It wasn't his style to take a beating passively. How dare you fight back? The disciples from the True Sun sect were furious. They attacked one after another. The disciples from the Reigning Sword sect also counterattacked. The people from the Ao Mei Villa retreated. It was obvious that they didn't want to participate in this kind of battle. However, the people from the Tianshui sect were looking for an opportunity to knock down the rainbow dragon with one strike. In the battle ahead, one by one, they entered the light gate and entered the sky cloud secret realm. Not long after, all the disciples from the six parties entered the sky cloud secret realm. Then, the disciples from the Ao Mei Villa rushed in. Let's go, young Master Tianshui Mu Qianhua said. He led the disciples of the Tianshui sect to the light gate. Gu Jiang and Lin Yuye retreated after exchanging a blow. Their eyes were burning with passion. They immediately said, "Stop. Let's enter the secret realm." Gu Jiang was the representative of authority among the disciples of the True Sun sect. No one dared to go against his will. Therefore, as soon as Gu Jiang finished speaking, the four disciples of the True Sun sect immediately retreated. As Gu Jiang rushed into the light gate, the person who attacked Shenzong looked at Shenzong with a cold and murderous gaze. "Let's go too," Lin Yuye said. Continuing to fight here was undoubtedly an unwise choice. The sooner they entered the sky cloud secret realm, the sooner they would get the opportunity. The five disciples of the unhindered sword sect were the last to enter the sky cloud secret realm. Seeing that they had all entered, the first elder and second elder of the unhindered sword sect breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Shenzong entered the light gate, he felt as if his body had entered water. He was wrapped up in all directions. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It kept extending like noodles. Up, down, front, back, left, and right were upside down. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. His consciousness was completely blurred. After an unknown amount of time, Shenzong suddenly woke up. He found that he was standing on a green grassland. The fragrance of the grass filled the fresh air. It was refreshing. Taking a deep breath, Shenzong felt refreshed. His mind was clear. He quickly scanned his surroundings. There was a lush forest in the distance. Huge trees towered into the sky. It seemed to contain endless mysteries and aroused people's desire to explore. Looking at another place, there was a swamp that stretched for dozens of miles. This is the inside of the sky cloud secret realm, Shenzong thought. He was very alert. However, he didn't see anyone else. Before entering the sky cloud secret realm, Shenzong already knew that the place he would appear in after entering the sky cloud secret realm was completely random. If he was lucky, he wouldn't encounter any danger. If he was unlucky, he might appear directly in some dangerous places. Right now, his luck should be pretty good. Although his surroundings looked beautiful, who knew if there were any hidden dangers? On the way here, the Great Elder had repeatedly emphasized several times that once they entered the heavenly cloud's secret realm, they couldn't let their guard down no matter where they were. They had to maintain a high degree of vigilance at all times to deal with the dangers that could appear at any time and place. Shenzong didn't rush to act. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. He captured everything within the range of his eyes. There's so many precious herbs. Shenzong couldn't help but think. Perhaps they weren't everywhere, but he could see more than a dozen precious herbs. Some of them were quite old. Unfortunately, they were useless for the late stage of the martial realm. However, it was better than nothing. Shenzong quickly picked up all the precious herbs. Even if he couldn't use them, he could take them back to the sect and let the sect use them to cultivate other disciples. Immediately, Shenzong looked around and walked in the direction of the forest. Maybe there were better precious herbs in the forest. In the Sky Cloud secret realm, you can get precious herbs or even pseudo-spiritual medicines. You may also get pseudo-spiritual weapons or even spiritual weapons. In addition, you may also get the inheritance of cultivation methods and martial arts. Shenzong thought, no matter what, it was necessary for a warrior. Chapter 462. There was a crack in a grayish-white boulder. Shenzong's sharp eyes saw what was in the crack. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the air. A streamer tore through the sky and flew into Shenzong's hand. It was a short knife without a sheath. The blade was bright, and the lines were like feathers. Looking at the blade, Shenzong had a feeling of being cut. It was difficult to look at it directly. There was no doubt that it was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Holding the handle, Shenzong did not activate his genuine power or the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon. He just waved his hand. A cold light, as thin as a hair, spread straight and swept across the boulder in front of him. When the cold light disappeared, the boulder was cut like tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Good knife. Shenzong could not help but gasp. The sharpness of this knife was even better than the 2 long swords he used. He tried to activate the power of the short knife again. The knife light was misty and spread out for more than 10 feet. It tore the air apart and was so terrifying that Shenzong felt threatened. Shenzong did not release this power. Instead, he restrained it. 3rd rank pseudo-spiritual weapon. Shenzong was surprised again. There weren't many spiritual weapons in the Tianjiang prefecture. Many of the limitless mortal realm fighters were still using level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons. This made level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons quite valuable. He did not expect to find a 3rd rank pseudo-spiritual weapon so soon after entering the Tianyin secret land. Shenzong was looking forward to this trip more and more. The only pity was that this 3rd rank pseudo-spiritual weapon was a short knife instead of a long sword. Even though Shenzong could unleash the power of the dagger with him, he was a swordsman after all. Only with a sword could he unleash his strength to the fullest. With a slight movement of his hand, the 3rd rank pseudo-spiritual weapon, the short knife, was directly put into the virtual ring. As for the precious medicines, which were not very precious, they were put into the mustard seed bag. Almost every genius who entered the Heaven Cloud secret realm had their own mustard seed bag, but only Shenzong had a virtual ring, which was a real spirit treasure. However, this virtual ring had a plain and simple appearance, and it did not emit the slightest aura fluctuation. It looked like an ordinary iron ring. No one would believe that such a precious spirit treasure would appear in the hands of a true martial realm martial artist. In addition, Shenzong did the opposite and wore it on his finger openly. At most, people would think that it was a hobby and would not think of anything else. After all, spirit treasures were too precious. Even if an extreme man obtained one, he would have to keep it carefully. Shenzong would store treasures of great value in his virtual ring and treasures of ordinary value in his mustard seed bag. Not long after, Shenzong met a disciple of Ao Mayvilla, who glanced at him with sharp eyes. The martial arts of Ao May Villa were mainly sabers, and most of the disciples of Ao May Villa practiced sabers. Their gazes crossed each other like swords in the air, but neither side approached each other. First, there was no obvious conflict between the Zongjing sword sect and Ao May Villa. Second, the two didn't find any treasure to compete for. Chunzong rushed into the lush forest, carefully perceiving all the aura fluctuations in all directions, looking for any treasure. Along the way, Chunzong did find a lot of precious medicines, but unfortunately, they were not very useful for a martial artist at the late stage of the true martial realm. However, it was better than nothing, so he picked them all up and put them away. Otherwise, when the Heaven Cloud secret realm closed, the next time it appeared would be 30 years later, and he would only have this one chance to enter. The ground shook and rumbled. Strong winds howled as a beam of light that was pitch black like ink shattered a towering tree that was as thick as a few people's waists. Then it blasted countless wood shavings into powder. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it blasted towards Chunzong. It was too fast, and extremely fierce. When Chunzong just realized it, the black light had already bombarded within 10 meters. In the Zhaoxian realm, Chunzong could clearly feel the floating dust in the air and thus reacted quickly. With a twist of his body, Chunzong's body made an incredible movement, nimbly and narrowly avoiding the bombardment of the black light. Chunzong also felt that his body protection genuine force was scraped and torn into pieces in an instant. The terrible power shook and hit his body, making Chunzong feel like he was going to be torn apart. It was only a slight impact, but it had such power, which showed how terrible this attack was. If he was hit directly, he would most likely be injured. Wherever the black light passed, towering trees were smashed into pieces one after another. Wood shavings flew everywhere and were crushed by the impact of the terrifying aura, turning into dust that drifted away. Chunzong drove forward, his pupils constricting to the size of needles. He could see the giant trees in the distance being broken one after another. Through the cracks, he could vaguely see a black figure that looked like a python. In addition, there seemed to be a figure fighting fiercely with a black python. Chunzong's mind turned. From the black light, he knew that the python was very strong. It was estimated to be an upper LV8 demonic beast, and it seemed to be more powerful than ordinary upper LV8 demonic beasts. It should have some treasure. With a thought, Chunzong also used his body movement to quickly approach. If there was a chance, of course, he would seize the treasure. The purpose of entering the Tianyin secret land was to find various opportunities. Once found, of course, he would not miss it unless he could not compete. Chunzong was extremely fast. He passed through many broken trees and rapidly approached. However, when Chunzong approached, the battle was already over. Although the black python was very strong, and its battle strength was close to the 3-star level, it was still no match for the man, because the man was a disciple of the Xinjiang sect. His cultivation was at the late stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, and his battle strength was at the 3-star level. He was a genius in the front line of the Tianjiang prefecture camp. The man also saw Chunzong. At first, he was startled, but then he revealed a hideous smile. Chunzong, you've come at the right time. He laughed and immediately punched. The red fist print broke through the air with amazing power. The terrible fist pressure was so hot that it seemed to burn through the sky, and the surrounding trees were about to be roasted. It was a terrible punch. The disciple of the Xinjiang sect clearly wanted to kill Chunzong here. Chunzong did not dare to relax. This opponent was different from his previous opponents. He was a genius in the front line, and his battle strength was at the 3-star level. He was even stronger than Ancestor Zhen Wu of the Eastern Land. Of course, he did not have the temperament of Ancestor Zhen Wu. He unsheathed his 2 swords, and the silver sword light was extremely dazzling. His cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. He did not hold back his unparalleled true force, and also pushed the 29th move of the horizontal sword technique to the extreme. Kill. You want to kill me, so I'll kill you. It was a simple principle. As soon as Chunzong drew his sword, the Xinjiang sect disciples' expression suddenly changed. The previous fight on the seven-color dragon was very short and reserved, so they did not know how strong Chunzong was. But according to normal inference, he should be among the geniuses in the second line, which meant that his battle strength was at the 2-star level. Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. No matter how outstanding he was, he would at most have the battle strength of a 2-star level. This was the highest evaluation that the Xinjiang sect gave to Chunzong. They never expected that Chunzong's true battle strength was not at the 2-star level, but at the 3-star level. He was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, yet he had the battle strength of a 3-star level. If his cultivation reached LV8 genuine martial realm, wouldn't his battle strength reach the 4-star level? What if his cultivation reached LV9 genuine martial realm? What level would his battle strength reach? Just thinking about it made the Xinjiang sect disciples' hair stand on end. Didn't that mean that when the time came, even their senior brother, Xingyangzi Gujiang, would not be able to compare with Chunzong? If Chunzong was allowed to grow, in the future, among all the disciples of the Xinjiang sect, no one would be able to suppress Chunzong. Instead, they would be suppressed by Chunzong. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He had to kill Chunzong. His true force was activated, and his fists broke through the air, becoming more and more tyrannical. The heat from his fists could burn the earth. It was a fight without holding back. Both sides' battle strength had reached the 3-star level. The Xinjiang sect disciples' cultivation was at the late stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, and his battle strength was at the middle stage of 3-star level. On the other hand, Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, and his battle strength was at the early stage of 3-star level. It seemed that Chunzong's battle strength was not as good as his opponent's, but Chunzong's body refining cultivation was extraordinary, and his physique was very strong. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, Chunzong was able to fight head-on with his opponent again and again. The Xinjiang sect disciples' true force was boiling hot, and his fist art was brilliant and tyrannical. His fists bombarded over and over again, as if he had dozens of arms. In the blink of an eye, he had punched hundreds and thousands of times. The power of each punch was incomparably tyrannical, and it was at least at the early stage of 3-star level. Thousands of punches turned into a majestic torrent of heat that rushed forward, crushing everything into slag. It was mighty and unparalleled. Facing this terrifying torrent of fist pressure, Chunzong had no intention of dodging. His spirit and willpower were extraordinarily high, and his eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light that tore through the sky like the edge of a sword. A sense of disdain once again grew from his heart, and it spread out. Facing this terrifying pressure, Chunzong once again entered an indescribable state. He activated a trace of the will of the unhindered world, and immediately the power of the unhindered true force and the unhindered sword art increased significantly. Kill! He waved his 2 swords, and countless silver sword lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were slashed, and they continued to increase. The unhindered sword art was a sword art that combined strength and speed. It had an outstanding sword speed, and this was something that the opponent could not compare with. In an instant, Chunzong had stabbed out more than 2,000 swords. In terms of individual strength, each sword was slightly inferior to the opponent's fist art, but the number was more than twice. More than 2,000 dazzling silver sword lights tore through the sky and turned into a majestic torrent of sword lights that smashed everything in its path. The blazing and majestic fist stream and the sharp and tyrannical sword stream collided in midair, and the rumbling sound was endless. Countless shock waves spread out, and the surrounding ground was torn apart, and the stones and plants were turned into dust. The extremely dazzling light made Chunzong and the Jinyang sect disciple unable to look straight at it. The terrifying aura waves spread out in all directions, and the ground below was not only torn apart, but also directly collapsed. The power of a 3-star battle power collided directly, and the power was too tyrannical. Not far away, the pitch-black giant python's corpse was affected, and it was riddled with thousands of holes before it was torn apart. The power was too tyrannical, and wave after wave, the impact was endless. Chunzong had no choice but to temporarily retreat. As he waved his 2 swords, the shock waves were torn apart, and he once again charged forward. Chapter 463. No one knew how long this forest had been there. Trees over 100 meters tall were everywhere, each one so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. The larger ones were 300 to 400 meters tall, so thick that they looked like giant pillars supporting the sky. Chunzong and the core disciple of the True Yang sect were engaged in a fierce battle of life and death. Every strike and punch was done with all of their strength, showing no mercy. The sword light was sharp, and the fist prints were violent. The ground cracked, and the trees were shattered. The 2 of them used their movement techniques to dodge. Everywhere they passed, it was as if a violent beast was wreaking havoc. Nothing could stop them. Both of their fists punched out again and again, turning into countless streams of flames that surrounded them. Beams of dazzling silver sword light shuttled through the streams of flames, stabbing at the True Yang sect disciple. However, they could not completely pierce him. Every time they were about to hit, they would be deflected by an invisible force. A loud boom, mixed with the sound of metal clashing and true power surging, turned into a storm that destroyed everything around them. The violent sound turned into a shockwave. When the trees dozens of meters away were swept past, they seemed to be cut by invisible blades, breaking and collapsing one after another. Ordinary late-stage, true martial realm martial artists would not dare to approach a battle of this level, or else they might be killed by the shockwaves. The 2 of them crushed their way forward. Although Chunzong was inferior to his opponent in terms of battle prowess, he was able to enter that state under pressure. With the support of his domineering will, Chunzong's strength also increased, allowing him to fight head-on with his opponent. The True Yang sect disciple became more and more shocked as he fought. Chunzong's performance was too tenacious. He was clearly inferior to him, but he could fight with him to this extent. Since that's the case, I can only use a secret technique to kill you. Yang swallowing transformation. With a roar, a cluster of light suddenly lit up in the sky. The cluster of light was as red as a fireball, but it was also like a small sun suspended in the air. It wantonly emitted a shocking light and heat, shining in all directions, causing the temperature within a radius of several hundred meters to rapidly rise. It was as if it was being roasted by the flames of an oven. The blazing sun, fireball the size of a human head, fell from the sky. The True Yang sect disciple opened his mouth and swallowed the blazing sun fireball into his stomach. His entire body emitted an even more dazzling crimson light, and an astonishingly high temperature spread out. Countless white auras appeared in the air, spiraling upwards. The trees within a few hundred meters seemed to be roasted by a raging fire, their skin becoming wrinkled and charred. The terrible power made Chunzong unable to get close. He could only retreat and use his 2 swords to cut out hundreds of silver sword lights. However, the hundreds of powerful sword lights seemed to melt and dissipate. When I use the Yang swallowing transformation, my battle prowess can reach the late stage of the 3-star level. Your time of death has come. The True Yang sect's disciple roared. Even his voice was terrifyingly hot. The difference between a middle 3-star warrior and an early 3-star warrior was quite obvious. If it weren't for Chunzong's special situation, he would have been defeated long ago. The difference between a late 3-star warrior and an early 3-star warrior was even more obvious. The terrifyingly high temperature spread out. The True Yang sect's disciple gathered all of his power into his right fist and punched out. Like a red, flaming dragon breaking through the sky, The terrifyingly high temperature brought with it a shocking pressure. It squeezed the air in front of him crazily, causing a series of explosions. Chunzong felt suffocated, and there was no way for him to dodge. With a bang, Chunzong crossed his two swords to block, but his entire body was blown back hundreds of meters. His back crashed into a huge ancient tree that was more than 500 meters tall. All of his bones made a crisp sound, as if they were broken. Die! The true Yang sect's disciple leaped up and turned into a torrent of flames. It was like a raging sun falling from the sky, bringing with it endless heat and destruction. The power of the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon gloves was also completely released. It was too fast, and it was extremely ferocious. It made Chunzong feel like he was about to die. Chunzong shook his back. His bones and tendons sounded at the same time. His chi and blood surged, and the muscles on his back exerted force together. It made Chunzong bounce up instantly, and all of his power was gathered at that moment. The sword in his left hand returned to its scabbard, and his sword finger landed on the sword of his right hand. He quickly swiped it, and a cold light bloomed like a star, eventually gathering at the tip of the sword. It bloomed with an unparalleled sharpness, as if nothing in the world could stop it. Secret Sword. Point Star. This sword had gathered all of Chunzong's power and compressed it into a single point using a special method. It contained an extremely horrifying power and sharpness, and then activated the power of the long sword itself. With a shake of his wrist, the long sword pierced through the air and pierced towards the raging sun that was coming at him with a destructive force. It was unbreakable, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Time seemed to have slowed down by 10 times. Chunzong's sword had disappeared, and only a tiny dot of starlight remained, shooting forward and colliding with the raging sun. There was no sound. It was very strange, and it distorted everyone's 5 senses. The raging sun paused for a moment and was directly pierced through by the starlight. A chill spread from the bottom of his heart, and the shadow of death loomed over him. A trace of fear flashed through the Xinjiang sect disciple's eyes that were covered in flames, and he quickly forced his body to move. Forcefully moving his body with all of his power would immediately cause his internal organs to be injured. However, for the sake of survival, these injuries could be endured. He also believed that as long as his attack hit Chunzong, he would definitely die. Immediately, an intense pain came from his shoulder. It was as if a sword had pierced through it, and the sword was twisting and twisting. The Xinjiang sect disciple trembled all over, and the raging sun that was pierced through also fluctuated, almost collapsing. The moment the raging sun collapsed, it also struck Chunzong. Chunzong activated his Vajra bone and drew his sword with his left hand to block, but he was forced back without any resistance. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he slammed heavily into a huge ancient tree behind him. This ancient tree had been growing for thousands of years. Its body was huge and tough, but Chunzong crashed into it in an instant. He pierced through the huge tree trunk and sank deep into the huge tree trunk. Blazing streams of fire flew over the tree trunk and scorched the surface of the tree black. The streams of fire dispersed, revealing the ravaged and trampled surroundings. It was a ghastly sight. The Xinjiang sect disciple landed on the ground and staggered. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. His left shoulder had been pierced through, and blood flowed endlessly. Moreover, it was twitching constantly, and the remnant sword chi within the wound wreaked havoc, making it difficult to expel. Glancing at the hole in the tree, the chi within had become extremely weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. The Xinjiang sect disciple endured his injuries and exhaustion, throwing out another punch. A fist the size of a human head pierced through the air and blasted into the hole in the tree, producing a dull explosion. The weak chi completely vanished. Immediately afterwards, the Xinjiang sect disciple hurriedly took out a pill and consumed it. He used his movement technique to quickly leave because he could sense a powerful chi rapidly approaching. In his current situation, He had less than 10% of his strength left, so he was unable to fight anymore. Leaving was the best choice. As for Chinzong, he believed that he would definitely die from his previous attack. Even if he did not die, a follow-up punch would be enough to kill him. This was his confidence in his own strength. Just as the Jinyang sect disciple left, a graceful figure quickly approached him and stopped. She wore a veil, and her face was covered. Her eyes were as clear as water. It was a disciple of the Green Caltrip sect. "Who's fighting here?" A melodious voice rang out. Her beautiful eyes swept across the area, and she instantly determined the situation of the fierce battle here. There were two people fighting. One cultivated fire force, which was scorching hot, while the other cultivated sword technique, which was sharp and domineering. After the female disciple of the Green Caltrip sect scanned the area, she looked at the hole in the giant ancient tree. However, it was pitch black inside. She seemed to be able to see something, but it was very blurry. She did not sense any chi fluctuations, so she did not investigate further. After finding nothing else, the female disciple of the Green Caltrip sect used her movement technique and quickly left. A moment later, Chunzong rushed out of the hole in the tree in a flash. His sword robe was tattered, and there were many burn marks. Just from this alone, one could tell that he had experienced a fierce battle. However, the strange thing was that Chunzong did not have any injuries on his body. If the Jinyang sect disciple saw this, he would be extremely shocked. His two attacks did not kill Chunzong, and he did not even have any injuries. This was impossible. Indeed, when Chunzong was struck by the opponent's tyrannical attack, he had already suffered a very heavy injury. Fortunately, the Starlight Sword had weakened the power of the opponent's attack by quite a bit. Otherwise, the consequences would have been even more severe. As for the weak chi, if Chunzong did not use his strength, his chi would naturally be restrained. Then, the Jinyang sect disciple added another punch, worsening Chunzong's injury. However, Chunzong's body was strong, and he could still withstand this kind of injury. It would just take a long time for him to recover slowly. No one would have thought that there would be such a rare treasure hidden in this huge tree. The 1,000-year tree heart. The birth of the 1,000-year tree heart required a tree that was at least 1,000 years old. In addition, not all 1,000-year ancient trees could be born. It had to be an ancient tree with vigorous vitality, and it was not 100%. After Chunzong was bombarded into the 1,000-year ancient tree, he was punched even deeper. His back touched the 1,000-year tree heart, and the 1,000-year tree heart was absorbed into Chunzong's body. The 1,000-year tree heart was the life essence of the 1,000-year ancient tree. It could not rapidly increase one's cultivation base, nor could it directly increase one's strength. Its only function was to contain an astonishing amount of vitality. When absorbed into one's body would be constantly nourished, slowly becoming more outstanding, invisibly increasing the strength of one's physique and rapidly recovering from injuries. Chunzong's heavy injuries could be healed thanks to the power of the 1,000-year tree heart. After Chunzong left the 1,000-year ancient tree, the 1,000-year ancient tree began to change. It slowly shrank and withered, as if thousands of years of time had been condensed into a short period of time, experiencing the changes of aging. In less than a quarter of an hour, the giant 1,000-year ancient tree had completely withered, becoming a dozen meters tall, lifeless and lifeless. The 1,000-year tree heart was the life essence of the 1,000-year ancient tree. After being absorbed into Chunzong's body and taken away, the 1,000-year ancient tree was as good as dead. Although it was a pity, Chunzong could not put the 1,000-year tree heart back. This thing was a treasure, and it had a great effect on him. Although it could not increase his strength, it could increase his survivability by several times. Light injuries could be healed instantly, and heavy injuries could also be healed in a short time. Chapter 464. The palm was like a huge black millstone covering the sky and the sun. With a boom, The earth shook as if there was a magnitude 7 earthquake. With the giant black palm as the center, cracking sounds rang out as the ground caved in. Cracks as thick as an arm snaked across the ground at lightning speed, spreading for dozens of meters. The owner of the jet-black giant palm was a big black bear that was more than 5 meters tall. It was incomparably strong, like a small hill. Its steel-like body contained a terrifying, peerless strength, as if it could move mountains and move mountains. Its huge eyes were full of scarlet light, brutal and bloodthirsty. The pitch-black fur on its body could become soft or as hard as steel needles. The Level 8 demonic beast overlord, red-eyed demonic bear. Its combat power was close to the 3-star level. A figure appeared out of thin air above the red-eyed demonic bear. His hands waved, and 2 silver sword lights merged into one, slashing out fiercely. It was like a crescent moon sweeping across the sky, brazenly slashing at the red-eyed demonic bear's neck. Sensing danger, the red-eyed demonic bear roared again. Its violent power was like a flash flood, and its fur became as hard as steel needles in an instant, covered with a layer of protection. Its whole body emitted a misty black light. The silver light arc seemed to slash at metal, making ear-piercing sounds and splashing out countless sparks. The demonic beasts in the Tianyan secret realm were often much stronger than those in the outside world. Chunzong's arms disappeared, and so did the 2 swords in his hands. Only countless silver sword lights slashed through the air like crescent moons. They were densely packed and endless. Slash! Slash! In just the blink of an eye, over 1,000 sword strikes had been unleashed, forcibly breaking through the red-eyed demon bear's defensive power, cutting through its steel-like fur, breaking through its extremely tough skin, and cutting into its neck, all the way to its bones. The swords slashed into the bones, but they were tightly clamped by the red-eyed demonic bear. Its huge black palms attacked from left and right, trapping the beast. It was like 2 mountains colliding with each other. The terrible pressure hit Chunzong, who was in midair, and he felt like his bones and muscles were about to be crushed into pieces. Under the state of Zhao Xian, the speed and intensity of the floating dust in the air were clearly discernible. Chunzong loosened his left hand and twisted his body slightly. Using the floating swan body technique, he was extremely nimble. Like a cicada shedding its shell, he slipped out from between the 2 palms of the red-eyed demon bear. With a bang, the 2 palms collided. The sound was oppressive and loud, as if 2 mountains had collided with each other. An intense shock wave spread out, causing the ground to tremble and shatter. Chunzong, on the other hand, appeared above the red-eyed demonic bear, safe and sound. His bones emitted a series of crisp sounds, and his skin emitted a faint white-gold color. His left hand swelled red, and his blood seemed to have turned into a torrent of magma, emitting an astonishingly high temperature, causing the air around his palm to distort and burn. Mixed iron forging hands. This body-refining martial art once again displayed its power and elegance. The head of the red-eyed demonic bear was incomparably hard, surpassing refined steel. However, it was unable to completely resist Chunzong's palm. With a bang, the red-eyed demonic bear's body trembled violently. Its body seemed to have shrunk a little, and the fur on its head was burnt. A scorched palm print was left on its head. The terrifying impact brought along an astonishingly hot energy that poured into its brain, causing the red-eyed demonic bear incomparable pain. With a flip of his body, he was as nimble as Yao Gu, avoiding the red-eyed demonic bear's frenzied counterattack. Holding the long sword on its neck, he suddenly shook his arm, and the tremor of the power passed through the wound on its neck, shaking the clamp bones apart. The other sword directly chopped at the wound on the red-eyed demonic bear's head. Pulling out the sword, scarlet blood spurted out from the wound. The red-eyed demonic bear went berserk, and Chunzong directly avoided it. This red-eyed demonic bear was indeed a tyrant of the 8th-level demonic beasts. Before its death, its frenzied attack caused severe damage to the surroundings. Chunzong went around the red-eyed demonic bear and directly rushed into the cave it lived in. The incomparable stench made Chun Zong feel suffocated. He hurriedly held his breath, but he kept feeling that the stench would not go out of his lungs. It was really unbearable. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught a glimpse of a sharp flowing light from the corner of his eyes, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. His body flashed. Chun Zong approached that flowing light. It was two swords. Quickly grabbing the two swords, his sharp eyes swept over them again, but he did not find anything else. Chun Zong could not bear it anymore and quickly left the cave. He hurriedly took a few breaths of fresh air, dispelling the stench in his lungs. Only then did he feel comfortable. The red-eyed demonic bear was still crazily destroying the cave, and its body was dyed red with blood. Chun Zong dodged and carefully looked at the two swords in his hands. The two long swords looked exactly the same. They were 2 fingers wide, but they were thinner than normal swords, about the thickness of a spirit shell. The bodies of the swords were bright, and the ridges of the swords were dark blue. Looking closely, there seemed to be countless dark blue starlight embellishments. Chun Zong's eyes fell on the blade and the tip of the swords. The cold light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut his eyes open and stare directly at his eyes. There was a piercing pain. The hilts of the swords were like bamboo joints, also embellished with starlight, very comfortable to hold. Good swords. Chun Zong's wrists shook slightly, and the two swords actually vibrated, making a rapid buzzing sound. The dark blue color on the ridges of the sword shone, and the curved traces of starlight were extremely beautiful. The bodies of these two swords were thinner, and they were both hard and flexible, which was something that normal swords did not have. Chun Zong tried to activate the power in them, and the dark blue color on the ridges of the swords seemed to come alive. It was full of vitality, as if there were countless dark blue meteors passing by, leaving behind bright and beautiful traces. Such powerful power, and the two swords are resonating with each other. This power can be gathered and become even more powerful. Chun Zong was secretly very happy. These two swords were rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons, and they were a rare set of pseudo-spiritual weapons. Since the swords leave a trace of starlight, you will be called the star-marked double swords. Chun Zong named this pair of long swords, and looked at the red-eyed demonic bear that was still crazily destroying the cave. Let me test your power. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Zong became one with his swords, and rushed towards the red-eyed demonic bear. The two swords pierced through the sky, and turned into 2 dark blue streaks of starlight sword light, extremely stunning. The power of a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was at least 30% stronger than a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon. The originally tough defense was easily broken by the Star-Scar dual swords, and the Star-Scar dual swords continued forward. Of course, this was also because the red-eyed demonic bear's power had decreased a lot after it was injured. But it could also be seen that the star-marked double swords were indeed more powerful than the previous ones. Chun Zong tested the sharpness of the star-marked double swords and kept attacking. The red-eyed demonic bear's body was covered with wounds, and each wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. Soon, the red-eyed demonic bear was completely drained of blood and fell to the ground, twitching slightly. Chun Zong mercilessly cut open its body and dug out the fist-sized inner pellet. Good swords. Chun Zong looked at the star-marked double swords again. The bodies of the swords were in perfect condition, and there was not even a speck of dust on them. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he was. Then his hands moved, and the star-marked double swords disappeared. Chun Zong had put them into his void ring. Chun Zong was prepared to use the original rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons under normal circumstances, and not the star-marked double sword for now. First of all, the star-marked double swords did not have scabbards, so he could not carry them all the time. It would be too eye-catching and inconvenient. Second of all, the star-marked double swords were rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons. The value of a rank 1 pseudo-spiritual weapon and a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon was a few times more valuable, but the value of a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon and a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was more than 10 times more valuable, because a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon could barely withstand the power of an early-stage extreme mortal warrior. Furthermore, the star-marked double swords were a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons, and their value was a few times more valuable, which was enough to make some of the poorer extreme mortal warriors jealous. If Chen Zong carried the star-marked double swords, he would easily become a target for everyone. Among all the people who had entered the Sky Cloud's secret realm, Chen Zong had the lowest cultivation, and his power was also the weakest, which was at the early stage 3-star level. The rest of the people had at least mid-stage 3-star battling power. The so-called treasures belonged to those who were destined to own them, or rather, to those who had the power to own them. Right now, Chen Zong still did not have the power to crush the others. Activating his cultivation technique to recover his true power. After completely recovering his true power, Chen Zong continued flying forward. Chapter 465. Opportunities were everywhere in the Sky Cloud secret realm. In the past few days, Chen Zong had harvested a lot of precious medicines, a level 3 pseudo-spiritual dagger, a rare 1,000-year tree heart, and a set of level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons, the star-marked double swords. Chen Zong's harvest was not small, so the others naturally would not be left empty-handed. After passing through a cave, Chen Zong suddenly stopped. In front of him was a cloud, and below his feet was a cliff. At first glance, he estimated that it was a few hundred meters high. Chen Zong did not want to go back. He jumped up and swept out like a swallow. Then, he fell down like a meteor, his tattered robe rustling. When he was 10 meters from the ground, his rapidly falling body suddenly stopped. Then, like a feather, he gently floated down. As soon as he landed, a light shot from the side. Chen Zong casually pointed his finger, and the light exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was a poisonous snake. Looking around, he was in a basin. Strange plants grew everywhere, and it was difficult to see them from the outside. Chen Zong randomly chose a direction and started to use his body movement. Inhuya sat cross-legged in an open space. There were a few huge demon beast corpses around him. Blood flowed like a river. It seemed that they were killed not long ago. Not long after, Inhuya's body shook. A strong and majestic aura spread out from his body. It was like a storm rushing in all directions, and sand and stones were flying. His true power was surging. It was so strong that it was boundless. There was a feeling of soaring darkness breaking through the chaos. Inhuya could not help but let out a long howl. The howl was so loud that it shook the earth. A heavy wave rushed into the sky and surged out. After the long howl, Inhuya landed on the ground and could not help but laugh wildly. He opened his 10 fingers and flicked them continuously. Streaks of gray true power shot out. Stones were hit and turned into powder. The ground was hit and exploded. In the blink of an eye, everything within a few hundred meters was shattered. It was as if a giant ancient beast had wreaked havoc. No wonder it's a peerless heaven-class cultivation skill. The 7th level of the chaotic heaven grand true force is indeed powerful, Inhuya muttered to himself after he stopped. On that day, the cave residence left by the martial king of Huntian was discovered. After a round of competition, it was finally seized by Yin Wuqing, a core disciple of the Wanluo sect, and brought back to the Wanluo sect. What was recorded in the Jade Book was the cultivation method that Chaotic Heaven Martial King had practiced, the Chaotic Heaven Great True Force. Within the Wanluo sect, there was naturally a peerless Earth-grade cultivation skill. However, it was a pity that the last level was missing. The Chaotic Heaven Great True Force had directly become another sect guarding cultivation skill. Yin Wuqing, who had directly obtained the Great Chaotic Heaven True Power, could cultivate at will. Moreover, he could also let another person enjoy the same treatment. As for the other disciples who wanted to cultivate, they had to have enough sect contribution points to exchange for it as an incentive. In Wuya was In Wuqing's younger brother. Naturally, In Wuqing would use the quota on In Wuya so that In Wuya could also cultivate the great chaotic heaven true power. Although In Wuya could not be compared with In Wuqing, he was also a first-class genius and was well known on the Wanluo list. After obtaining the chaotic heaven great true force, In Wuya worked very hard to change his cultivation. His master, an extreme human realm elder of the Wanluo sect, also spent a lot of resources and his own strength to help him change his cultivation method. This allowed him to change his cultivation method in a short period of time and raise the chaotic heaven great true force to the peak of the 6th level. After entering the sky cloud mystery land and experiencing many battles and adventures, In Wuya finally ushered in a breakthrough in his cultivation method. From the peak of the 6th level to the 7th level, the power of his true force skyrocketed. With the breakthrough of the chaotic heaven great true force, my battle strength should be at the late stage of the 3-star realm, In Wuya thought to himself. His cultivation was at the late stage of the LV8 genuine martial realm, and his original battle strength was at the middle stage of the 3-star realm. Let's see if I can raise my battle strength to the 4-star realm, or at least to the peak of the 3-star realm. After finishing his words, In Wuya displayed his body movement and rushed forward like a torrent. Then he met Shinzong. Just in time, I'll use you to test the true power of the 7th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. In Wuya's eyes flashed. The destruction of the surroundings just now was just a simple test. It was not accurate enough. Hundreds of meters away, In Wuya directly attacked. He raised his palm and immediately slapped it down. The chaotic heaven great true force surged, and the wind and clouds surged. A giant hand that was more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air and slapped down. Shenzong's face was solemn. The giant hand that was more than 10 meters long opened up. The lines on the palm were clear, and streams of true force flowed like blood. It gave people a lively feeling, as if it was the palm of a giant. The air under the palm was compressed and pressed down. The pressure was so heavy that Shenzong felt suffocated. His whole body was bound by the terrifying pressure, and he could not move at all. The Wanluo sect's heaven-level martial art, Wanluo hands. As the palm slapped down, it seemed to have sealed the space between heaven and earth. Shenzong felt that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. However, the power was too strong. The two swords were unsheathed, and the silver sword light broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, thousands of sword lights converged into a majestic torrent of sword light and soared into the sky. As soon as they came into contact, the majestic torrent of sword light collapsed under the giant palm. The giant palm was extremely domineering, and it struck down without any obstruction. The closer it got, the greater the pressure Qinzong had to endure. The pressure brought by this palm was not any less than the attack that the true Yang sect disciple made after he used his secret technique. Powerful, extremely powerful. Furthermore, the aura that was emanating from the power contained within it made Qinzong feel as if he was about to be crushed into chaos. This was the power of the chaotic heaven great true force. Secret sword, point star. Without a choice, Qinzong could only use his secret sword. He gathered 90% of his true force and pushed the secret sword, point star. The sword broke through the air, and the sword light that seemed to be able to pierce through the stars tore through the sky and hit the giant palm. The star-like sword light shattered in an instant. The giant palm paused for a moment and was directly pierced through. It fluctuated violently and showed signs of disintegration. With the pressure suddenly reduced, Qinzong did not hesitate. He immediately used the remaining true force to use the sweeping 8 directions body art and quickly rushed in another direction. Too weak. In Wuya smiled and did not have any intention of chasing. His purpose was only to test the power of the 7th level of the chaotic heaven great true force and see how much his strength could increase. If the opponent's strength was similar to his, or even slightly stronger, In Wuya would have a more enjoyable battle. Unfortunately, the opponent was too weak. From the two attacks that Chunzong made, Imweon knew that the opponent was not his opponent. In addition, Chunzong did not hesitate to use his body art to escape. His speed was not slow either, so Inweon had no interest in chasing. All of this was because he felt that Chunzong was too weak. Too strong, Chunzong said to himself. Even if I take out the Star-Scar double swords, it will still be difficult to defeat him. Chunzong knew that although they were all at the late stage of the 3-star level, there were still some who were stronger and some who were weaker. Moreover, the opponent had not even used his full strength. Moreover, the main purpose of entering the Sky Cloud Secret Land was to find all kinds of opportunities. Fighting with others was just a side benefit. My cultivation is my shortcoming, Chunzong said to himself. The level of one's cultivation was directly related to one's strength. Among the 70 people who entered the Sky Cloud Secret Land, everyone's cultivation was above Chunzong's. For example, Senior Sisters Washanmei had reached the middle stage of LV8 True Martial Realm. There were many who had reached the late stage of LV8 True Martial Realm. Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. Compared with the others, there was at least a big gap. If I can't improve my cultivation in time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to compete with others. Chunzong frowned slightly. In the face of the gap in cultivation, he felt powerless. After all, the others who entered the Sky Cloud Secret Land were all real geniuses who could challenge those who were at a higher level. After running out of the woods, Chunzong heard a rumbling sound, like thousands of horses galloping. At first glance, there was a huge waterfall in front of him. It was at least 1,000 meters high. Thousands of hectares of water fell from the sky, like thousands of soldiers and horses charging. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Under the 1,000-meter waterfall was a huge pool. White waves surged endlessly, setting off waves after waves. Approaching the waterfall, except for the huge rumbling sound, there was no other sound at all. Magnificent, mighty, ferocious, Chunzong stood at the edge of the pool. His eyes swept across the rippling water and fell on the huge and mighty waterfall. The force of tens of thousands of tons seemed to be able to sink the earth. After recovering his true force, Chunzong waved his right hand. The sword light broke through the air and slashed out like a crescent moon. The crescent moon, which was more than 10 meters long, swept across the turbulent water and floated up, slashing toward the middle of the waterfall. This attack, which was powerful enough to kill a 2-star warrior, was shattered in the blink of an eye under the impact of the tens of thousands of tons of waterfall torrents. So powerful! Chunzong was surprised. The power of nature was unimaginable. However, Chunzong wanted to compete with it. He wielded both of his swords and slashed out thousands of times in a flash. The power of the thousands of swords gathered and condensed into a magnificent sword light. The silver light was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Slash! Holding the belief that he could cut the waterfall in half, Chunzong activated the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon with both of his swords and slashed out. Boom! It was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The silver sword light, which was more than 10 meters long, tore the air apart. The terrible sword pressure calmed the turbulent water in an instant. It swept across the water and slashed toward the waterfall with an amazing power. Chunzong stared at the sword light that was more than 10 meters long. The power of the sword had already surpassed the early 3-star level and was close to the middle 3-star level. There was no other reason. Chunzong just had a sudden idea to cut the waterfall in half. That was all. This was a kind of belief. If he could do it, it might bring about a breakthrough in his realm. This sword was more powerful than the previous one. It withstood the direct impact of the tens of thousands of tons of water pressure and slashed the waterfall in half, causing the torrents of the waterfall to be interrupted for a moment. However, it only lasted for the blink of an eye. The sword light was shattered by the tens of thousands of tons of water pressure again. What is that? Chunzong vaguely caught the moment when the torrents of the waterfall were interrupted. There seemed to be something there. He took a deep breath and slashed out again. This time, almost 2,000 sword lights were condensed and shot out. The majestic sword light was vast and mighty. It was 2 times more powerful than the previous one. Chapter 466. Rumble. Tens of thousands of tons of water pressure fell from the sky with a terrible impact, as if there was no end to it. Chunzong, who had recovered all his strength, soared into the sky like a giant bird skimming over the water surface, stirring up countless waves and rushing straight to the end of the waterfall torrent. As he approached, the 2 swords, carrying the accumulated power, slashed out instantly. Previously, Chunzong knew that the power of the waterfall torrent was very strong because of the sword chi attack. However, as for how strong it was, Chunzong did not have a precise idea. But now, with the 2 swords, the water pressure hit the 2 swords directly and shook Chunzong's arms, putting a great burden on his arms and making them feel like they were about to be destroyed. Strong and heavy, Chunzong had to summon his pure yang qi and blood to activate the 2nd level of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. A faint platinum halo spread out around his body, forcibly withstanding the impact of tens of thousands of tons of water pressure, stabilizing the 2 swords, and the true force rushed out unreservedly, penetrating the swords. Slash! In an instant, the strong 2 swords cut a hole a few meters long in the waterfall torrent, allowing Chunzong to see the darkness behind the hole. It was a cave entrance. Like a flash in the pan, under the impact of tens of thousands of tons of water, the cave entrance was covered again. Chunzong could not bear the terrible pressure and fell down. He still could not fly in the air and could only rely on his body movement to stay in the air for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he would fall down, not to mention under the impact of the huge waterfall torrent. The terrible water pressure hit Chunzong hard, and he fell into the pool. The pool was very deep. Although the surface was turbulent because of the impact of the waterfall torrent, the bottom was calm. The deeper he went, the calmer it was. It was so calm that it was dead silent and cold. At the bottom of the pool, Chunzong glanced over and found nothing, but he always had a strong sense of crisis. Without stopping for too long, Chunzong's whole body shook, and his bones and muscles twisted and contracted in an instant. The strong force pushed him in the same direction, and he swung the 2 swords. His whole body rushed up like a big fish, fast and agile. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong broke out of the water. His figure leaped, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and landing on the shore. The water droplets on his body were all removed along with the trembling of his muscles. Even his tattered robe was dry and clean. My cultivation is too low, and my attack power is not strong enough. I can't maintain the gap for long. Chunzong stared at the waterfall torrent and started to think. His attack power was not enough to make the gap bigger and maintain it for long. Chunzong's, he said to the chins of the pool. He said chun of his voice. The 2 swords returned to the scabbards, and then the star-scarred dual swords appeared in Chunzong's hands. After adjusting his breath for a while, Chunzong jumped over again. He flew across the water surface, causing waves. Chunzong flew in a beautiful arc like a bird and arrived in the middle of the waterfall torrent in an instant. Moving forward like a comet, Chunzong's 2 swords brought up deep blue starlight and flew across the sky. It was extremely beautiful and breathtaking. All of a sudden, the water seemed to have stopped flowing. The power of the star-scarred dual swords was completely activated. The power contained in the 3rd rank pseudo-spiritual weapons was very strong, especially since they were part of the set. When combined with each other, the power increased by a lot. Body and sword as one. Chunzong's body seemed to have disappeared. A deep blue light flashed across the sky like a deep blue shooting star. Cut! This sword attack was much more powerful than the previous one. The torrent of the waterfall was cut in half, and a gap appeared, revealing the black hole behind the gap. Chunzong was also pushed by the 2 swords, facing the impact of the 10,000 tons of water pressure, and withstanding the horrifying power that seemed to crush his body, he rushed out with an indomitable will. Just a little bit, just a little bit. His whole body was almost pushed down by the 10,000 tons of water pressure. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Chunzong stabbed his two swords into the rock beside the hole and stabilized his body a little bit more. His power was completely unleashed, and he rushed out of the hole in an instant. Such a short movement made Chunzong feel like he had used up all of his energy. All of his bones and muscles were aching, as if they were being torn apart. After a short rest, Chunzong waited for his muscles to heal and his power to recover. Only then did he stand up, and his fingers loosened and tightened, holding the star-scarred dual swords well, ready to attack at any time. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp cold light. He stared ahead and could see the blurry scene in front of him. He could also hear the faint sound of water dripping, as if it was an illusion. Taking a step forward, Chunzong kept a high level of vigilance as he walked forward. This was a natural karst cave. The hanging stalactites were of different lengths and thicknesses, and they were all over the top of the cave. The ground below was full of potholes. Chunzong's breathing was long and steady. He could acutely sense that the air in this karst cave was thin. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably suffocate to death in a short while. However, he was a warrior of the true martial realm, and his body's functions were much better than ordinary people's, so he could hold on for a longer time. Moreover, he also had an extraordinary body refining ability, which made his body's functions many times stronger. Without a doubt, even if Chunzong stayed here for a few days and nights, nothing would happen to him. Moreover, Chunzong could also sense the difference between this place and the outside world. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was richer here, and this spiritual chi of heaven and earth had a very good nourishing effect on the human body. The dripping sound became clearer and clearer as Chunzong walked. Chunzong kept a high level of vigilance all the time, for fear that something terrible was lurking here. In addition to the regular dripping sound, there was only Chunzong's footsteps and subtle breathing. Other than that, there was no other sound. Chunzong also didn't feel any strange aura. Was there no demon beast or something like that in this place? Even so, Chunzong didn't dare to relax his vigilance. The world was so big, and the Tianyin Mystery Land was so magical. Who knew how many magical things there were, and some of them were unknown to people. What's more, he had just started on the road of martial arts. The world was so endless, and he had just come into contact with it. The road of martial arts was vast and endless. If a warrior wanted to go further, he needed to be fearless, not afraid of all difficulties and obstacles, and cut through all obstacles. However, he also needed to have a trace of awe to maintain a certain degree of vigilance towards everything and not relax his vigilance at all. Only then could he live longer and go further. This seemingly contradictory mentality didn't conflict with each other at all. As for how to grasp it, it depended on the warrior's own thoughts. Bypassing the interlaced stalactites of different sizes and thicknesses, Chunzong also saw the source of the dripping sound. It was a small pool with a radius of 1 foot, but the water was milky white, without any impurities. It was so pure that it was shocking. Above the small milky white pool, a thick and long stalactite hung upside down. From the center of the stalactite, a drop of pure, milky white liquid slowly condensed, after which it dripped onto the small pool, emitting a clear, dripping sound. The fragrance constantly penetrated Chunzong's nostrils and went straight into his lungs. A kind of incomparable comfort pervaded his whole body, making him feel comfortable and light. Immediately, Chunzong's eyes were attracted by a small stone tablet on the edge of the small pool. The small stone tablet was irregular and seemed to be cut from stalactite. It looked a little rough, and some words were engraved on it. There is a unique treasure in heaven and earth, which evolved from the essence of heaven and earth. It is called stalactite. The stalactite here is 1,000-year-old, and warriors can take it. The 1,000-year-old stalactite can strengthen the muscles, bones, meridians, and marrow so as to be reborn. It can refine power and enhance cultivation. For those who enter this place, please don't use up all the stalactite in this pool. Leave some as the bottom for future generations. Finally, there is a signature, a name that Chunzong had never heard of, but after comparing it to the year, he found that it was more than 100 years old. The 1,000-year-old stalactite. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was worried that his cultivation was too low, which lowered his overall strength and made it difficult to compete with the other geniuses who entered the Tian Yin secret territory. He didn't expect to encounter the 1,000-year-old stalactite by chance. Chunzong didn't need to read the words on the stone tablet, as he had read about it in other ancient books in the sect. When a stalactite reached a certain age, it had the effect of cleansing meridians, marrow, and increasing cultivation. Especially when it was 1,000 years old, the effect was even more amazing. I wonder how much my cultivation will improve if I consume and refine this 1,000-year-old stalactite. Chunzong thought to himself. Moreover, this kind of improvement might not only increase his true force, but also his body refining cultivation. To be honest, this Kar's cave was really difficult to find. After all, it was behind the huge waterfall and couldn't be seen. If Chunzong hadn't come here by chance and suddenly wanted to cut off the waterfall, and coincidentally cut off the waterfall at the entrance of the Kar's cave with his sword, he wouldn't have found it. It would take several coincidences to find it, and it wouldn't have been discovered if one of them was missing. So, this Kar's cave might not have been discovered by others for more than 100 years. According to the rule of the Tian Yin secret territory appearing once every 30 years, it should have appeared at least 4 or 5 times before it was discovered by him. This is an opportunity that belongs to me. Chunzong's face was full of smiles as he stared at the 1,000-year stalactite in the small pool. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong sat down on the edge of the 1,000-year-old stalactite pool. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A milky white water arrow pierced through the air and shot into Chunzong's throat. As soon as it entered his mouth, it was full of fragrance. After swallowing, it was very smooth, and a cool feeling spread in his body, spreading to his limbs and bones like water. His whole body felt very comfortable, and his whole body seemed to become very light, as if he could rise and dance with the wind. This was not only a physical feeling, but also a spiritual feeling. Chunzong didn't indulge in it. Instead, he eliminated all distracting thoughts and highly concentrated his spirit and will. He sat down cross-legged and operated the crisscross skill. At the same time, he stimulated his pure yang qi and blood to refine and absorb the 1,000-year-old stalactite in his body. The 1,000-year-old stalactite was formed by the accumulation, precipitation, and purification of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was similar to a kind of pure, liquid, spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It didn't contain any impurities and could be absorbed faster and better. Chapter 467. Die. His voice was like the cold wind from hell, blowing past. The killing intent was so strong that it could not be dispersed like a blade. Immediately, a black and red fine blade light broke through the air, as if the sky was cut open like a thin piece of paper. Wherever the blade light passed, it brought a stream of blood into the sky, reflecting a tricolored light under the sunlight of the sky cloud's secret realm. Then, a figure fell backwards. Weak, the figure swept past like a crow from hell, disappearing into the distance, leaving only a disdainful voice. The figure that fell to the ground widened his eyes. There was still a trace of fear in his dark eyes. This person was a disciple of the ancient mountain sect. He was powerful, but he could not even take a single blow from his opponent. No, it was not that he could not take it, but that he could not react in time. The gap between them was too big. The fourth one, the figure that brought death like a crow from hell, let out a low moan, as if he was mocking something. Ant. His eyes were high and mighty, as if he was a god overlooking the common people. The disdain and contempt in the depths of his eyes, and an incomparable pressure made it difficult for the person opposite him to breathe. He only felt that his legs were about to go soft. "It's all yours." The disciple of the precious elephant sect resisted the terrifying pressure. His eyes seemed to be unable to look straight at the tall figure in the golden dragon robe in front of him. He said with difficulty and slowly retreated. The young man from the royal family had his hands behind his back. He did not have the slightest intention to take action, because the opponent was too weak. The obvious gap between their combat strength made him not interested in taking action, unless the opponent was courting death and provoked him. But it was obvious that the opponent was very sensible and retreated. A third-level pseudo-spiritual tool, mountain shaking gloves, just right for me to use. The tall and incomparably strong mountain shaking elephant held the pair of black and gold gloves that he had just obtained and let out a loud laugh. The laughter was like a rumbling thunder. The momentum was extremely shocking, directly spreading out layers of sound waves in the air. The precious elephant sect focused on body cultivation and also had a high-level body cultivation technique. The mountain-shaking elephant Luo Zhongba's body was extremely tyrannical. Every breath contained great power. Originally, he was only using a second-level pseudo-spiritual tool, but now that he had the opportunity to obtain a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool, his combat strength had increased a lot. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. On one hand, he was looking for the illusory 10th level of the true martial realm. On the other hand, he was improving his strength in all aspects. The 10th level of the true martial realm was close to a legend. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could reach it, and there was a large element of coincidence. Pseudo-spiritual tool. The situation in the ancient mountain sect was similar, like the heavenly water sect. Even the heavenly water young master Mu Qianhua did not receive a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool from a sect. The difference in value between a second-level pseudo-spiritual tool and a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool was too big. Everyone who entered the Heavenly Cloud's secret realm had their own gains. Of course, there were a small number of people who were killed because they encountered some irresistible danger or terrifying people like the underworld raven. The huge waterfall was like 10,000 horses galloping endlessly. The roar shook the wilderness, and this mighty sound could be heard from dozens of miles away. During this period of time, two figures had arrived here successively, but they didn't stay here for long because they didn't notice anything special, nor did they suddenly think of making a move like Chenzong. Moreover, they didn't know that a shocking fortuitous encounter was hidden behind the enormous waterfall. In the Karst cave, Chenzong was constantly refining the Millennium Stalactite milk. He integrated the power into his limbs and bones, and also integrated it into his tyrannical and pure true force. Wisps of white aura surrounded his body, like clouds and mist. It also emitted a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. A burst of aura surged and became stronger in an instant. Middle stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. With the improvement of his cultivation, Chenzong's traversing skill began to change from the 29th level to the 30th level. During the time when he was in the traversing sword sect, Chenzong, in addition to cultivation, had comprehended the cultivation method. Including the time when he was in the Eastern Land, he had comprehended all 36 levels of the traversing skill. The only thing left was to improve his cultivation. As for the traversing sword technique, naturally, he had comprehended all 36 forms. As long as his cultivation and the level of his cultivation method increased, his sword technique could also be improved in a short time. Because of this, cultivation had become the only shortcoming that limited Chenzong's strength. Now, he was making up for this shortcoming. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation, Chenzong could also feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger. His bones, muscles, and viscera were more compact, and his strength had increased significantly. However, until now, he had only consumed a small part of the Millennium Stalactite milk. Although Chenzong did not intend to use up all the Millennium Stalactite milk and wanted to keep a little as a foundation, he could continue to refine most of it. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Another stream of millennium stalactite milk shot into his mouth like an arrow. He swallowed it quickly and spread it to his stomach. As Chunzong's traversing true force and the vibrating pure yang qi and blood spread throughout his body, the cloud-like white aura that gushed out from his body became thicker and thicker, and so did the aroma. Gradually, Chunzong's body was enveloped by the white cloud and aroma. He became blurry, and in the haze, he looked like an immortal descending to earth. Time flew. Chunzong's body shook slightly and made a thunderous sound. He had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Late stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. Then, the traversing skill changed from the 30th level to the 31st level. The golden color in the pure yang qi and blood became thicker, which meant that the power contained in it was getting stronger and stronger. It also meant that Chunzong's body refining cultivation had improved. His qi and blood surged like the water of a great river. It was mighty and endless, and the sound it made was like rolling thunder. Absorb, refine, absorb. Over and over again, the 1,000-year stalactite in the small pond slowly decreased. His aura rose again. The peak of LV7 true martial realm. The 32nd level of the traversing skill. Then his internal organs squirmed and made a thunderous sound. It was like rolling thunder, and a numbing feeling spread out. His bones and muscles trembled, and his pure yang qi and blood surged like a tide. When everything calmed down, Chunzong stopped his cultivation because there was only a thin layer of millennium stalactite milk left at the bottom of the pond. One was like the people who left a message more than 100 years ago, leaving a little as a foundation so that the fated ones could reap some benefits. After all, the probability of entering this place by chance was very small, and it was not easy. The other point was that even if Chunzong were to absorb and refine it, it wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation base by much, and it wouldn't increase his strength either. With a flick of his finger like a sword, true power gushed out. Chunzong's finger cut through a stalactite and directly inserted it on the other side of the small pond, making a new stone tablet. Then, Chunzong used his finger like a sword, and also like a master's brush and ink, to draw and write. Heaven bestows treasures, earth breeds spirits, and those who are fated to obtain it must be treated with caution. Do not exhaust the pond. If you exhaust yourself too much, you are afraid of harming yourself. At the end, it was signed with the current year and the two words Chunzong, which represented Chunzong's current point of view. With cultivation and experience, the more one saw in the higher one's realm, the more one would grow, and one would gradually have all kinds of insights. These insights might not be able to increase one's cultivation and strength, but would allow one to have a clearer understanding of oneself and the world. It was related to one's realm, and also related to one's own path. For example, when dealing with people, one should not go to extremes unless there were great grievances. For example, when fighting, one should not exhaust one's strength unless it was absolutely necessary. Only when one's momentum and strength were inexhaustible can one advance and retreat freely and skillfully. People would have different perceptions at different stages. Now, this represented Chunzong's current point of view. He also felt that this point of view was correct, so he left it for future generations to refer to. After finishing, Chunzong carefully checked the changes in his body. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV7 true martial realm, and the art of traversing had also reached the 32nd level. This kind of improvement was undoubtedly very significant. In normal times, it would be difficult to achieve without more than half a year of hard work. Such an obvious improvement in his cultivation also represented an obvious improvement in his strength. In addition, the improvement in his body refining cultivation was also obvious. Chunzong clenched his hands and felt the terrible power in his arms, as if it could crush everything and destroy mountains. 90,000 Jin, Chunzong said to himself. There were 3 levels to the cultivation of the mysterious jade golden bone skill. When the third level was completed, one would have a strength of 100,000 gene. Now that it had reached 90,000 gene, he was even closer to the third level. Cultivation at the peak of LV7 True Martial Realm, True Force at the 32nd level of the Art of Traversing, and physical strength of 90,000 gene. When I completely master the 32nd move of the Art of Traversing, I wonder what level my combat strength will reach. Late 3-star or peak 3-star, or even higher. The 3-star level represented the strength of the geniuses in the frontline camp. If he could reach the peak of the 3-star level, it meant that Chunzong was among the top geniuses in the frontline camp of Tianjiang Prefecture. Chunzong did not immerse himself in speculations. He pulled out his long sword and began to practice the art of traversing in the Karst cave. His cultivation suddenly rose from the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm to the peak, and the art of traversing also rose from the 29th level to the 32nd level. Such an obvious improvement meant that Chunzong's swordsmanship also rose from the 29th to the 32nd level, which required a progressive process. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.